What is going on? Hello, good afternoon. Again, starting at 2 o'clock. I was thinking I was going to switch to noon, but I am working on editing the streams from the last couple of days down into useful videos. So I think we're sticking with 2 o'clock for now. I may post those times somewhere now that we kind of have a feel on time, consistency, all that. Today we're going to be doing something fun. I mean, we're going to be going over loot routes, some of the things that you'll see in videos, especially. There is, there's a lot of good loot routes that get their own video, and then unfortunately they end up getting popular because they're so good, as you would expect, and then they end up getting flooded with players, and nobody ends up getting to do them anymore because they become so overpopulated. They do eventually quiet down a little. There we go. They do end up quieting down a little bit and becoming less popular as time goes on, as better routes come out, because if they get popular, people get frustrated because they can't get the loot they want out of them, and then as players start leaving because they're frustrated with those and new ones are coming out, then new ones come out, same problem repeats over and over, and it's this cycle where every time you get a really cool loot route, where you finally feel like you're doing well, it's temporary and it ends up becoming more of a headache over time, and you're back to square one once those players start killing you and taking all that loot again. We're gonna refresh the YouTube chat if we can. There we go. Clear it out for this one, at least. That was from yesterday. Just checking that everything is in fact live. Yeah, seems like it is. I'm half expecting OBS to crash on me again, or something. But yeah, we're gonna be taking a look at loot routes and arc raiders, pretty much. We are getting ready to probably publish in the next day or two that stream we did a couple days ago about the Lucky Duck runs, what you can expect if you're doing those. And then we'll be starting the video we were making out of stream yesterday. Which if you missed, don't worry, there will be a video. All of my live streams become videos. I try to stream with the purpose of getting content for a video specifically, so if you ever want to be in the videos, all you gotta do is hop in the chat. You'll be put up on screen, or follow, subscribe, any of that. All notifications are on and do have sound, but you will get your shout out and maybe appear in a video. So let's cut over to Arc. I did end up farming more last night, just continuing our strategy from yesterday with the snitch scanners. That ended up being real good. And as you can see in my inventory, I really do like those noisemakers. It was probably the most underrated of all the utility items that we took a look at, and I did find out you don't need a crafting recipe for them. You don't need a blueprint, rather. These you unlock as soon as you put more points, or put your points into Traveling Tinkerer. You should be able to craft these in-game with these according to the wiki. If not, then the current only way to get them that I can find, because I didn't find a blueprint online looking for the kind of containers and stuff they spawn out of. The only way to get them if they don't appear in that for some reason, or if the wiki is wrong for some reason, would be to go to the trader Apollo, and they're right here. They're fairly cheap at 1920. I believe that's the same as, slightly more expensive than a shield recharger. Reusable and useful. I'm still going to be running a significant amount of those. On top of talking about loot routes today, I am going to be showing you guys some of my favorite spots that I haven't really put out. Not all of them will make it into the video because I like having my own loot. But we'll cross that bridge kind of when we get to it. Let's see, that's probably fine for a loadout to bring in. We're going to be trying to make at least a loot route on each of the major maps. I want to get at least these ones in, if not Stella Montis, just because Stella Montis, a lot of your good loot is going to come from PvPing players, they loot so quick, they come from all sides of the map, and it's such a big map that you can't really hit all the best spots in one run because of the layers. Like if we go to the actual map, it's 2 layers, obviously the top layer being slightly larger than the bottom layer. If you're not somebody who runs Stellamontis, you can look at this map and know if you see Eastern Tunnel, Lobby Metro, and Loading Bay, that is downstairs, and then up top you have things like archives and medical research. If you have the key for that quest, that is over in this area down here, and the archives key, which is also a great key, is down here at the end of the hall. So I don't know if we're gonna make a loot route on Stellamontis. We might try it anyways. But for Dam, I already have my own loot route kind of down and around here. I'll show you guys the actual one I run when I go to farm, just because it is a pretty friendly run. It's not always the highest goop. I have one that I run down here. We'll hit some bonus spots down in this area, which are typically far enough out of the way that other players don't go out of the way for this. But there is a quest here, so you may run into newer players who, you know, are more likely to be friendly. But your call on how you treat that if there's some goop up in there. Up at the top, we can make our own loot route. I kind of showed you guys yesterday that if I spawn down here, typically I'll run up, come across here, and then either go down here or out through hydroponics. It's really about hitting the spots that you like and making sure that you get good loot out of it, as well as, you know, is it safe? Or if you're more into PvP, is it going to have those PvP encounters without you getting trapped or locked down? If you're farming arc parts, are there arc along the route? It's going to be a lot about getting what you need. I do apologize for the changing brightness throughout the stream here. There is a pretty heavy snowstorm we just got, so everything is reflecting white. It's very bright outside. I will probably, I'll probably do a couple runs on each map to show you guys how I go about making my spots. I don't currently have my own route for Spaceport, so live time, we will be going over this together. And we will be making a route on this that I will be using for myself, as well as getting a phone call. As well as on Buried City, I do have a couple of routes that I like to run myself. There are a ton of spots that people are still just discovering. I mean, the Gamer Merchant came out with a difficult one to get to on the corner of Plaza Rosa here. There's a Bombardier, something to be careful of, or to farm on your route, again, depending on what it is that you need. The only spots that I really have, I could probably hit all at once going across the top of the map. But we'll pick out some spots. We are going to try and include major areas that might have good keys or farmable keys. I'm hoping we can get a key for either JKV space travel or a hospital key, because I like to run those a lot on the route that I take through this. But if not, we'll come up with a different route and go through it that way. Yeah, and I think those are going to be the 4 main ones. Is going to be, well, I don't think I opened Blue Gate yet. Blue Gate, I have a few. I like to run Blue Gate. Typically in this southern region is less sweaty for me. And I am still farming prickly pears. I just finished my olives, lemons, all that, because I didn't pay attention to Scrappy the Rooster until all my benches were fully upgraded. Your mileage may vary. But there's a lot of good little spots in here. I can also show you some hidey holes if you're running away from checkpoint or here down in this Olive Grove region, where other players won't be able to find you. So if you do want to come in here and hit this, and you and your friends or squad or whatever, I don't think I've ever gotten chased in solos, but if you run duos or trios and checkpoint is an area you want to hit because it's so central to the map, there's some good places you can get away from people who might be chasing you down in the southern area. This top left, really good for farming arc parts as well. And then of course you have Village for residential, great for blueprints and loot with its own hatch in the POI. We'll go over why I choose certain spots at a time. But yeah, I haven't really thought out a video intro for this one. I have so much information. I've been mapping all the points in my head that I want to hit, so we're gonna probably at some point wing up. We're gonna wing it for an intro video wise. and then we'll probably just dive right in. Let's do that now. We'll take a cut on this while the clouds are covering it up, and I'm not super bright and overexposed. I was hoping to get an opportunity before this, but it's fine. So, once again, we're gonna refresh that chat and ban this person that wants to promote me, because they don't. Boom. There we go. So I prefer not to start on what's going on, you guys. That's like more of a stream thing than a video thing. So video wise, we're probably gonna intro something like, if you're sick of getting killed when you're going to popular loot routes, this video might be for you. Or if you keep trying to find a loot route that works for you, but every time you take or every time you run one, yeah, I kind of like that. I kind of like that. If you're looking for a good loot route, but every time, huh? I should get a clapper board. I'm still watching back clips from the last couple of streams talking about, you know, the clapper board for those who were here for that. I need one. I don't need one. I want one. I want one. You can just do it the old-fashioned way and scrub through the video, but it's so nice. It's such a nice thing to have. So I'll intro it as, I just totally forgot the take that we just did. If you're trying to find a loot route that is goopy, I mean, everyone knows what I mean, but that just sounds awkward, and we're losing the light by sitting in front of this, where the other window's coming in the back behind me. Try not to get it too bright in here. Again, getting calls. I'm getting blown up right now. It's all these scam callers. Am I the only one that thinks it's like scam call season? I've had 3 calls in the last 5 minutes, all from unknown numbers. I gotta say, shout out to Apple. On the new iOS, there is a feature, if you have access to it, I'm assuming it's for all current devices because it's not that high tech, but it will screen unknown numbers for you, and it'll ask them who's calling and what the reason for calling is before it presents it to you. So that by the time it rings on your phone, you can see a full list of, hi, it's so-and-so calling about XYZ, and you never have to pick up the phone to know 100% for sure it's a scam call, because almost all of those bots, upon hearing some kind of response, will just spit out their, I mean, a lot of them just spit out their message anyways, but they'll spit out their message to, I'm assuming it's Siri's voice they hear. I've never called into one, but it's like having a personal secretary. It's so convenient, genuinely. I'm still trying to think how to intro this video. It's gonna be something like, if you're trying to find a loot route, but every time you find a video online and go to run it, it's already emptied out, or you're running into players too often, this video might be for you, but I'm not entirely sure. I'll probably go back and do it at the end. We'll do the video intro at the end. There's no rules about that, right? There's no rules. We'll kind of dive into it. When you're preparing to make your own loot route, it's important to come prepared. You want to make sure you have everything that you need to deal with whatever might be on the route, especially if you haven't fully finished out the route yet. It's going to depend on a lot on what you're looking for, where you spawn on the map. Step 1, we're going to take a look at my inventory, and we're going to see what it is that I'm running low on, so that I know what I need. Because if you're trying to have a loot run work as best as possible for you, it's not going to just be about getting high value items. It's going to be about getting the resources that you need, as well as getting high value items. You want to be getting out with the maximum amount of value, and that does not necessarily mean in credits or in rare items or in blueprints, especially if you already have enough blueprints that you're finding mostly duplicates. So right now I'm solid on plastic parts. I've got 2 full rows. I did have 3. I just got rid of a ton of these. Rubber parts we need, I am extremely low on. Metal parts we need, I am extremely low on. I'm starting to run low on fabric, but that's because I just crafted a ton of bandages to grab and go from my stash. So that can be kind of a tertiary thing, but I'll keep in my mind that I might need bandages or medical supplies. We have, for utility, a good amount of things. I'll be using these to farm arc. I would like a secret grenade blueprint is going to be on my goals list of today. We'll see if we get it by making our own route. Smoke grenades, we have the ability to craft plenty. And then currently I am trying to build up my stash of weapons. So we will be trying to look for both weapons cases as well as trying to find blueprints for weapons that we need. I think I have most of them that I need. I have the Renegade, I have the Venator, I have the Bobcat. I have the El Toro. I have most of the weapons I use. So maybe not weapon blueprints, but attachment blueprints. I currently need... We go to workshop, gunsmith. These are what I have available. I have the vertical grip 3 and the vertical grip 2, so I don't need a vertical grip. I might need an angled grip 2. I don't have that. I have the 3, however. So I'm missing angled grip 2. Medium mag 2 I have, but I don't have light mag 2, and I do use the Stitcher fairly often, so I'll note that I need a light mag 2 blueprint. It seems that the higher level attachment blueprints spawn in the same area but are tied to specific events. It is so bright out there, guys. Hold on. I'm just going to turn down my light because, I mean, with both, it's so flooding. We're going to go back and do some of that again. There is going to be some stuff that we're going to be doing multiple times today just because the lighting situation, and again, I stream to make videos out of my content, so we're double dipping. So we're just gonna run that back real quick. We also have a couple people hopping in, it looks like. Hello to you all. Today we're talking about how to create your own loot routes, because every time a good loot route is posted on YouTube or TikTok, you go to do it, it starts to be good, and then everybody else starts to see it as well. All of a sudden you're going out on these same runs and you're running into scenarios where there's no loot left and it's already been picked, or you're running into players willing to fight for the goop. So in order to avoid that, best thing we can possibly do is make our own. I am going to be showcasing a few of my personal well-kept secret spots. I'll probably share more of them in this live than I do in the actual video because I like to maintain my loot, and not as many people are going to be seeing this live as on the video from my experience. So the first thing we're going to be doing is picking out the parts that we need, and then we're going to be running through each of the different maps to get them, to show that the process we're going to be doing to make our own loot routes will work on any map for any specific thing that you need. We might be at the mercy of night raids, electromagnetic storms or whatever, just because I'm going to be looking for some specific blueprints today. I do have a couple items I have the goal of getting during this video to prove that these work to help you farm what you want. But the first step will be to check what it is that we have. If we go to my materials, I know I am low on rubber parts. I have a good amount of plastic. I am low on metal parts, and I am low on fabric, but I just use a significant amount of fabric to make stacks of bandages to just grab and go, so I'm not spending half of my time in the lobby fixing my loadout if I die. So fabric we'll say that we need. Don't talk over me, announcement. Who asked you? Hello? So fabric we'll say is a tertiary need. It's not as important as rubber and metal, but I definitely need rubber and metal parts. The metal parts I'm mostly using for, one, upgrading lower level guns, but two, I am refining them into mechanical parts because I am at present trying to farm up my wall of weapons to do the same thing I just described with my heals, where I don't have to spend that amount of time in the lobby. I want to be able to just grab the same loadout, go back in. If I die, grab the same loadout, go back in, and obviously hopefully not die and keep my loadout, but to be prepared in the event that I start to take a hit match after match. It seems like that all comes at once. I don't know if that's just me, but I feel like I'll be doing really well. My stockpile will be getting real big, and then I'll be trying to farm something specific, and it's sweaty team after sweaty team after sweaty team until I am broke, boys. As far as weapon blueprints, I have the weapons that I like to use. I have my Renegade, Venator, Bobcat, Stitcher, Anvil. I have all the blueprints that I like. Not that I won't take them if I find them, because obviously I eventually want to have all the blueprints in case my taste in weaponry changes. But I will be looking for some attachment blueprints specifically for today. If I go to my workshop, my gunsmith, I can take a peek at what I currently have and what I'm missing that I might like to have. I have a level 1 stock and a level 3 stock, but I don't have the blueprint for the level 2, what is it, sturdy stock? Yeah, it's light, stable stock 1, stable stock 2. I don't think there's a lightweight stock 2. Lightweight stock might just be its own thing. But I do need a stable stock 2. I have the silencer blueprints that I use. I don't have an angled grip 2. I have the 1 and the 3. So those are 2 blueprints I'll probably be watching out for, and certain blueprints are tied to special events in the map. So where they will spawn where their level 1 counterparts do, which we'll use, for example, the ones I was just talking about. The stable stock 2 blueprint does still spawn in residential, like stable stock 3, but it's tied to higher tier events, so night raids, electromagnetic storms. If you're wondering where to get any blueprint, there are a few videos out. I highly recommend the Gaming Merchants. His have been how I've been able to find some of the ones that I have been hunting down just by running the same thing over and over again. And once again, making my own loot routes out of the information of knowing what I need and knowing what I want. We're not just going in for farming materials when we're doing a loot run. We're also trying to get good loot to get out with. This is something you should build up to if you're a brand new player. I would go in, spend a couple of raids just farming basic resources. That's going to be your metal, your rubber, your fabric, your chemicals, until you have a good amount and are starting to expand your stash and things like that. You will find some nice things along the way anyways. That's just the nature of the game. But when you start to search for specifically like higher tier loot or hunting down specific items, you do need to be prepared, as a lot of the things you might be looking for maybe in more difficult or contested areas. Our goal is not to entirely avoid known loot spots or known places to get good loot. It's to make sure we're getting decent to good loot every single run. We're looking for a consistent run that we can do that is going to be less risky than just going to whatever the hottest key where everybody is on night raid is, but we're hoping that we still get good loot. I do have a bunch of secret spots. I'll list a few now before we go and run them, but there is secret containers on Testing Annex that people miss every single time. Not as a literal statement, but I don't think I've ever gone there and found those containers to be looted, so we'll be going there to check those out. There is, coming out of there, an additional spot behind Control Tower to get really good loot. You can get a weapons case. There are med bags, ammo crates, all sorts of things. There's a spot down here that I really like. It's not really a secret spot, but if you spawn near it and can get there early, it is an incredible spawn. I would say I found better loot in this area down here by the hatch than I have at Research and Admin on a consistent basis. There's things at Swamp Outpost. There's Residential is obviously a fantastic spot. It's out of the way, so if there is a player, it's usually only 1 player or 2 players, and it's a lot easier to deal with than something like this middle stretch where everybody is. Pattern House as well, really good, but it's a spawn point. And there's the Raider Outpost East and Broken Bridge. A lot of the places where players spawn, there is typically a chance for good loot to spawn. So if you wanted to do a full run on the outside of the map, you could do that, and that's a fairly safe way to go about it. We are going to be trying to hit some of the POIs along the way as well. If we spawn up here, we might hit highway and then push into this complex here and search around this area and underneath where those rooms are, as opposed to just cutting across or around. There is going to be good loot in these higher tier spots. We're just trying to find it everywhere else and hopefully hit a handful of spots that we personally like. If you have a spot that you know of that doesn't seem to let you down, you get good loot from it, even if your friends say, oh, that spot, I never get anything good from it. If it gives you good loot and it's not hit consistently, add it into your list of spots and try and add it in later when we get to adding in the spots that we like. I will say important things are know the resources that you need. Know the things you're trying to get, like blueprints or weapons specifically, and know a handful of spots. You can find these if you don't know enough locations. You can look for individual spots online. Just know that the more popular a video is of loot spots, the more likely they are to be looted. Or you could just free roam, explore. If you know that, oh, there's a secret case or lootable item here, lootable crate here that nobody ever hits, and I hit it every time I pass by it, it's really good. Other players might not know about that. You don't have to tell them about it. You can tell your friends about it and just be like, yeah, I just like to hit it on the way by. That is still a good enough spot to add to your route. So if you know you're spawning up here and you have a good spot down here, maybe your run could look something like going from power generation to hydroponics. That is a little bit of a riskier route because you're going through 2 POIs very close to each other. Some arc spawn in this area. But you might say, yeah, hey, I'm going to, come up here, hit pattern house and residential, and then come down and hit that. It's going to be about designing the route for not only what you're looking for in these spots, you also are going to have to take into consideration if you're joining a raid at the beginning versus at the end. Because at the end, or rather in the middle, I believe the latest a player can spawn in is 12 or 13 minutes into the raid, so you have 17 or 18 minutes left, where everybody else has had a half an hour on the map already. Places like Research and Admin and Control Tower or Hydroponic Dome may have already been cleared out. And that's fine if they are, especially if that's not the primary focus of your run. But you might not have time to do something like go all the way, the long way around to that spot you like from up here. You may have to cut through Hydroponic Dome, but maybe because it's looted, it might be safer, or there may still be players there. It's something you're going to have to evaluate when you get into a match, but you need to know your goals and at least a handful of spots that you personally like to hit before you go in if you want to start designing your own loot run. And then once you have a run that you like, run it a handful of times, see how consistent the loot is, see how consistent the risk is, and trial and error, you will perfect that route and be making more per run every time you go out. Since I don't have one on Spaceport, I don't have a consistent run that I personally like on Spaceport. I think this is going to be the challenge for us today, is we're going to find a run on Spaceport that we like by following the principles we're going to lay out in the first 3 maps. We're of course going to start on Dam Battlegrounds because it's easiest. As for how many runs we do, I suppose we'll see, but we're going to go in. I'm going to show you guys a couple spots I like, a couple things I like to hit on my runs. I'm going to pull up a nifty utility I had talked previously about. I had talked previously about maps that allow you to see things like where certain things are located on the map. And if I bring this into frame, this may look very overwhelming, but let's say if I just wanted to know where Baron husks were. You can right click on this. It'll show you there's Baron husks at these 3 locations. And then you can say, I just want medical boxes. Oh, there's one out there, grenade tubes. And you can filter by what's around you. So again, you have the runs. No, Matt, that's not what that means. I hope Matt is in here currently right now. I personally like Raider caches. I need to... Let's see, Raider caches. I just turned it on. We're just going to right click this. These are all the Raider cache spawns on this map. So again, I was talking how there's one here and one around here. There's 3 here. So that explains why it wasn't in the spot that I thought it was going to be. It even has the one that we found the other day down here. I like this area personally. There's a lot of good caches. You can use maps like that to easily locate resources while you're going about all this. So we spawned, actually, in that Raider Outpost East. So, always a good idea to look around your spawn. Are there people already on me? No. Maybe. And then always check when you're here, after we breach this. We're always going to check the top of Raider Outposts if they're the tower style, because good loot can spawn. I don't know if it spawns on all of them. I do know at the Formikai Outpost, you have a chance for all 3 when it comes to med bag. Yeah, I don't see anything up there. Let's take a peek. No. In the Formikai Outpost, at the very least, you have a chance for a med bag there, a I believe it's an ammo box there and a weapon crate up top. So if you're in the south of the map by that mountain region, and as far as you know, a player didn't spawn there and it's early in the raid, I would recommend going to hit that. Our route today, we're going to come down and hit Highway. Highway being a very known spot that's starting to lose popularity. I would say it might be back on the table, but it's a spot that I'm aware of, that I like going to, that I have consistent results at. So we're going to go and hit that first, and then we want to maybe pass through the underground area of this. And then I need residential loot and residential blueprints, so I need to hit more residential areas. So instead of coming down here to research and admin through all this, where I won't find what I'm looking for, I might find good loot, but I won't find residential. So we're going to come up here and we're going to loot residential. We're going to check around Broken Bridge, just because there are some things around the raider camp that can spawn in here. And then we're going to try and hit Ruby Residence and see where we're at for time after that. After that, we can make another run when this run is finished, and if we spawn in the same spot, we'll run the exact same one. So we're going to lock into this being our first steps if we spawn up and around this side of the map. If we spawn on the top of the map, we'll say. If you spawn at the end of your loot run, like where your loot run physically ends, you can always do your loot run backwards. There's nothing against that, and you may find it's looted differently by the time you get there, because your last destination may be semi or completely looted by the time you go and try and hit it, but if you spawn right next to it, it's likely to be the opposite. You just hit this. Find anything good? No, I guess not. Good luck, buddy. He's right here. I won't pick at him. He's gonna seemingly go on his merry way. It's almost like he didn't even notice me. Right after that, again, I like to hit these. Lockers are some of the best spots in the game, so anywhere you know of that has these lockers, these are typically higher end loot. If you find these in a yellow area or red area, a mid to high tier loot area, these are typically some of the best spots to hit, in my opinion. Case in point, we just got some complex gun parts. We did need fabric. We didn't need the plastic, so if we have to drop the plastic, that's what we're gonna drop. Now, we do have noisemakers. We can only buy a limited amount, but I wanted to check. We can't craft them? We can craft them. So it's speaker component and plastic parts. I'm going to make one in-game while I can, because we can't make these back home. This is actually an item we cannot make at the workbench. We're going to just come up these sides. There's a field crate up here if we wanted it. We like this room here. I'm gonna do a listen real quick. When you breach, try and always face your entrances or exits if you're being cautious. If you know for sure that you're alone because you're right next to your spawn and it's the first minute of the game, I guess you don't really need to. Always just best practice. So we're getting blueprints as well. I already have this one, however. That is worth a nice little penny. Is that green? That's green. I gotta say, I love the anti-tick shield because those little B words are annoying. I'm gonna try not to cuss consistently because I had to edit out a lot of my stream the other day from just having a good time, you know? There is, if you have a power rod, these are able to be made in your refiner. If you bring a power rod in and you know you're going to be hitting this side of the map, like, let's say instead of running north and south, you're running east and west, or maybe you have more loot routes for every map than I do. But if you know you're going to be hitting this with a pretty high certainty, it's always worth bringing in that power rod. That is a very good room to get blueprints and some very expensive loot. Sensors we need. Again, plastic parts we don't need. We checked before we came out and started making this route, so we are going to leave the plastic parts in place of the cooling fan. Somebody, I believe, told me they needed a cooling fan. We're getting plenty of sensors. Don't come near me. I like that it just politely was like, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing, Step Raider? These I'm going to take in place of these. Again, security breach. If you have the perk, this room is incredible. This is very underlooted just because of the fact that it is slightly expensive to hit all of the rooms in here. One, in perks because you have the security breach, but two, a power rod can be expensive for a new player. So, if you, advanced electrical components, that's what I wanted. Going to drop our extra bandage here. But if you really wanted to juice your loot runs, you are going to be bringing in more expensive stuff. Typically, that means more expensive guns, but it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to mean more expensive loot. You could bring in something with 2 safe pockets, and you would have had the ability to get into there and have a hatch key. So we're going to come up, and I'm going to hit Pattern House instead of going down my regular way. We're doing a different route because I have different needs. There is a sentinel there. We're silenced and hopefully didn't make too much noise with that explosion. I will say that's kind of the con of silenced weapons, is that it doesn't silence the things you're killing. Sometimes these are breachable. Oh, this one is. And we can check behind us while we're breaching. A voltage converter is really good for heavy shields. We actually are going to salvage metal parts out of this because we need metal parts, and we can still take these. Salvaging items in-game, also very strong thing to be doing. I hear... Is that a Rocketeer? That is, in fact, a Rocketeer. So our plan might change here a little bit, because I don't have anything to deal with this Rocketeer, but we want to go up and hit Pattern House, which is directly across its path. That doesn't mean it doesn't have to be a part of our loot room, but it means we will have to play this differently, so we can either sit here and just kind of make note of the landscape, trying to avoid any issues while we wait for that thing to move on, or we could go back and loot the rest of this tunnel. Again, loot routes, the point is to maximize the amount of things that you're bringing back, valuable things, things that you need, or things that are going to sell for a lot, or primarily things that you are trying specifically to hunt down. We can just go down here. This will have its own exit. We're going to close that behind us. And we could go up this way, which we might do, actually. This hasn't changed our route, mind you, and actually it may have made it better because now we have all these breachable containers to ourselves. I believe these do have a chance to spawn blueprints, but it's all tied to industrial, so it's less useful to us. Well, less useful to me, I'll say, because I'm not in particular, I'm not searching for industrial components. That snap blast is nice. Springs I do absolutely need. I'm going to swap the seeds for those because that's probably what I was going to spend them on anyways. We're going to get the springs out of this, and then probably swap out this for... This here. If this thing blows my cover with that Rocketeer, they love to blow your cover when there's a Rocketeer around. You hear it? I'm gonna salvage more metal parts. And also, if you take the perk that gives you materials every time you breach, that's another good way to keep your materials topped up. Just remember that they're there. I have that perk, and I think it's a great perk, but I consistently forget about the fact that I have it. We should be pretty close to pattern. Hey, buddy, you good? You friendly?
Yeah, that's all.
Okay. Yeah, that's why I'm down here. Just descended from the heavens upon us. We're gonna keep going. We're just gonna make sure we're watching out for those cameras, especially when there's Rocketeers around. Nothing is worse than that being the case. We're right by this. I think we may be able to come out safely. Of course, he's flying directly this way. I don't see him though. Did he turn? Please don't see us. Don't turn around right now. We're gonna go and search in here. This can also be a good place. Somebody has already hit this. I'm assuming it was the guy who dropped on us. We're just gonna continue along the route that we're making right now. So currently, the route that we planned was to come from our spawn here to the end of highway, down underneath, up to Pattern House and around. So even though this Rocketeer slowed us down, we just went back and finished looting underneath. Haven't had any issues other than this Rocketeer so far. It's going to be the same route that we planned. You don't necessarily have to stick to the same exact thing. If you know that Rocketeer's not going anywhere and you're late into a match, skip it. We could skip this and start cutting across here if we had to, but I want more chances to find the specific blueprint that I'm looking for, so I am going to hit it because we still have 15 minutes left in this match. We're not doing too bad so far. Yeah, Rocketeer's way over there, so we're gonna go to Pattern House now. Oop, is that a prickly pear? Harvest agave. Oh, it's broken? No, but there's my prickly pear. Oh my god, what do I drop for a prickly pear? Oh no. This thing's gonna make enough noise to alert the Rocketeer, watch. Oh yes, I need so many of these. I need so many of these. This thing's going to see me, we're gonna have to take it out quick. Or I could just whip every shot. There we go. You want some too? Now you got it. Simple gun parts, always great to have. We're gonna drop that instead of the snap blast. And keep these. I'm just gonna keep moving. No way! That's actually making enough noise! If we had stayed there, we would have gotten seen. That screwed up little thing. That actually is making enough noise to draw the attention of that wasp. Oh, it's already been hit. You know what everybody always forgets, though, is the trash is... I'm wondering if someone is still here. Either way, it wouldn't hurt to put down a noisemaker, right? Salvage rubber parts, and that's the parts we specifically need is rubber and metal. We're gonna put this right here. Just so we can freely kind of loot in here. Bro. No way. Get out of my face. If you guys have seen all those clips on Stella Montis where people are getting behind the walls somehow and shooting players through them, and you're not sure how it's done, it's not some mystery. This game is just built pretty special. This game is just built special. Up here on the map at Pattern House, and also over here at the Ruby Residence, you have little hallways like this with a container down the end, and if you just back up to these, you can walk right through those walls. So, fun fact. You can see between them, if you're that player, you're doing this, and you're able to, like, shoot through the walls at other players. You just walk right through. I only found this because similar situation, there was this here. I was like, oh, is that breachable? It's not. Oh, what is that? Is there something on the wall? And I ended up walking right through it. So, that's fun. I use it to my advantage for now. Ooh, speaker components is what... You know what? We're going to salvage this for speaker component, and then salvage this for speaker component, so we can carry both. Again, we don't currently need chemicals. Typically, I've been trying to stock up on chemicals for a while now, but we're not going to have to do that. So, we'll just leave those there. We checked what we needed before we figured out what run we were going to make and started building our loot route. Now we have these here, which can spawn blueprints, please. Nope, I don't even think we get... Yeah, we get some metal parts for this. Fabric for this, which we actually need. We're just going to keep salvaging and stocking up those materials, but surprisingly, this wasn't hit very hard. Just that outside area. We need those. We'll leave the seeds. We're able to loot a little bit faster just because we know the type of components it is that we're looking for. We're running low on time. People may make a full push if we make too much noise here. We're going to put one of these right here. And we're going to go up to second floor. We're right next to that extract. We didn't get to go much farther than this loot. But this one was hit. So it was hit, just not very thoroughly. Crude explosives are nice to stock up on. I do have plenty. We checked before the run. Again, know what you need when you're going in. Know what you're looking for specifically when you're going in. I'm assuming they would have already taken whatever blueprints were here. But we can top off our shotgun ammo at least. We're going to go back to where we were. Once again, we're going to go... I believe this has another side. Maybe he only hit one side of the building? Yeah, he only hit one side of the building, it looks like. Choke number 2. We have a full stack of 50 on those. I don't need that light blueprint. I also don't necessarily need these. I'm going to drop those. We salvaged a lot of ARC materials with our content from yesterday. And we're really just free to kind of run around this building as we please, because if anybody comes in, we're going to hear them. Able to loot a little bit quicker because we know what we're looking for and we're not grabbing anything else. We know what we wanted when we came in, so we're gonna grab it.
An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. 10 minutes to get out of there. I repeat, 10 minutes.
This was already hit, but we're gonna check up after him. We have a spot for those and a spot for those. We'll take them. Mod components, really good. I do need mod components. Can we salvage this for more wires? And then we'll drop the one extra and put this in here. 9 minutes left. We're right next to an extract still. I mean, that wasn't intentional in the design of the route, but that is something I'm going to have to say you're going to need to consider as well. And the only thing above this is the roof, so we can start going back down. We have one noisemaker on the first flight of stairs we can take with us. So if we disarm this, we can bring it back with it. See how good this is? I mean, you can set these up and take these home with you every single time. And we have another one somewhere. I forgot how you get to the zip line from here. Elevator in the hallway. And then we're going to disarm our other one and take it with us. These are so incredible. I'm going to go hit that. If the Rocketeer's not there. We got a decent amount of little stuff, though. Stash value currently sitting at a pretty good number. Oh no. That Rocketeer 100% saw us. If possible, we want to stay elevated so we're kind of out of that Rocketeer's initial line of sight. He will fly down a little lower than you'd expect him to if he knows you're in a building. And then I have a smoke grenade if I need it. We're just gonna smoke. I think what I've been saying about how the Wasps and every other arc seems to be able to see through the smoke, I think it's done incorrectly. Oh, we're dropping frames. What's going on here? We're dropping frames, you say? Holy Toledo, Batman. What if we close this? Are we still dropping frames? I didn't think so. Just had this big spike in our usage for some reason. Yeah, I believe what I was saying about the Arc being able to see through smokes. Like, there's been so many games where I've thrown a smoke grenade down to try and get away from an Arc. It's supposed to break line of sight, right? Blocking visibility from Arc and other raiders, but once the Arc are locked onto you, it kind of seems like they just figure out where you are through the smoke anyways, and that just feels really cheap on the smoke grenades, but I'm pretty sure it stops them from detecting you. It just won't... It won't break their line of sight when they have detected you. We also have trials going on as well. I may farm some stuff for my trials while we're in here, but we just extracted with 87k in value off of a run that we decided we were going to do hitting... we only hit 2 spots that were really on my list. If you don't count that one room because we didn't really come prepared, I'm just going to sell this one because I have green. And I know I've found a ton of them, so I believe I've given them to everybody, but we came out with a full stack of metal. That's one of the things we went in there for. We came out with almost a full stack of fabric. Voltage converters are really nice. If you need to craft heavy shields, I don't. So I want the rubber parts and the wires for mods. 5 springs, spectacular. Rubber parts, again, almost a full stack because we went in knowing what to look for. That might be enough prickly pears to actually level up my my rooster. Speaker components, we're just gonna pop in the stash for now. Basically all of this aside from these. Vitashot and Vitaspray. Or chemicals, we're just going to sell those, honestly. And then these we're going to recycle down. Because all the things we need, except for plastic. I will need complex gun parts now that I'm starting to build purples. Let's grab... Why do I have so much, That's so much medium ammo. So that was exactly the amount of prickly pears we needed. I do want to experiment with the in-round crafting healing item. That, like, fruit cocktail. I don't even know what it's called. I don't think I've ever seen it on a player. I've never seen it in storage. But it's the only item in the game that heals both shields and health at the same time. So I think that might have potential. My sock is fraying. Huh. I was like, what is that uncomfortable sensation? Ah, it's my sock. Just my sock being old. Well, these aren't even old. Actually, it's a brand new pair of socks. Brand new pack of socks. Pack of socks, like that country, you know? It's like making a ring around my toe, which drives me wild. Pardon. Okay. Fortunately, we had that. The treasure hunter. What's next? Mushrooms we started. Apricots we need more of. We have the comfortable pillows. Ooh. Okay. We'll track those. We'll track them. You got it, Scrappy. Whatever you say. Let's craft up the resources that we used, which were almost none. Oh, we didn't even sell these. 2640. I really only need to craft. We can bring in the extra 4. I'll use it for sure. Again, I use what? A smoke grenade? I mean, I'm probably fine to run in just like this. I do want to repair this because that's getting close to halfway. I need more simple gun parts, however. We're just going to go to Celeste and buy out what she has until we start farming more wasps.
Thanks.
Actually, you know what? I'm just going to buy the last one. Why not? And then we're going to go to our workshop refiner. Make 8. This is also where all my stuff is going. So we still desperately need metal parts, but now we're able to do this. Repair. Yeah, we're just gonna run out same route. So again, we knew what it was we were going after. We knew what the bigger items we were looking for were. Specifically, I am looking for some level 2 attachments, which I need to do on Night Raid or Electromagnetic Storm for a higher chance, but I do have at least a few blueprints that I can find in Residential that I am looking for as well, so we're not going to run those yet. We may run... We've got like an hour until Locked Gate on Blue Gate, so maybe we'll run Blue Gate then, and we'll do Dam, then Buried City, then Blue Gate, because I also have to get apricots as well, so it's kind of tough to say which ones we're going to run it on. But I want to be able to show you guys multiple loot routes. So we just started up here, and like we were going to do was going all the way around these and then down. Because by the time we've looted all of these buildings thoroughly, it's probably about the end of the round. Here we got held up by a Rocketeer, went back into Pattern House, and then had 8 minutes left. That wouldn't have been enough time to hit this West Broken Bridge and Broken Bridge area. If it was, there are some possible good spawns of loot in there. And that's another underrated spot that people kind of skip over. Ruby Residence and Pale Apartments, everybody knows about. But we'll just run that same route if we spawn up there. If we spawn down here, forward or backward, we're going to do our other one here. So if we spawn here, we'll go hit this area behind Control Tower first, then go down to Testing Annex, and then work our way backwards and probably extract. I would like to hit the South Swamp Outpost as well, but that's a long route to go from like here to Control Tower to Testing Annex to Formikai Outpost to Scrapyard to Water Towers and then to Hatch. But that gives us on either end, if we start over here by South Swamp and we do it this way, that gives us an extract at either end, as well as a couple of points to bail and extract on the way. Down here, not so much. We're a lot farther from an extract. But up here where we started by a hatch. We hit over here where we ended up getting out. Once you come down here and here, both of these are just a stone's throw away from the hatch here. And then if you come down to Old Battleground or down to Hydroponic, you still have Central Swamp Lift or this. So this top loot route, I would say, is even better because you're passing through a much higher value area. If you hit Hydroponic Dome as well at the end, you've got higher chance for good loot. Versus this one down here. I'd say this one down here is less risk, but there's a lot more spots here that people don't typically loot, so this may even be more consistent despite the fact that this goes through so many more spots. Let's just run in and do another one on the same map. That is going to be the loot route that we've built, and we're going to test it a few times over, see what kind of loot we get. We just extracted with 87k. I'll keep track when I do the editing, similar to the other videos. I said I was going to keep track in our Lucky Duck runs of everything, and it honestly ended up costing me more to do it that way because we didn't have the inventory space to pick up some of the items that would have made those runs even more successful because we were trying to keep score of everything. So moving forward, I think I'm going to use the actual extract stash value and loadout value as my, cost basis for what we're bringing back. Even though a stack of 50 rubber or 50 metal might not be so expensive, we can mention when we got resources we need. So this is great. We spawned here. We're going to go hit water towers after we hit this room up here in front of us. And then we're going to run down here through our raider caches to Formicae, hit Scrapyard, work our way to Testing Annex where there's another raider cache here. I'll show you guys the bins that everybody misses at Testing Annex. And then we'll come up here. I'll show you another spot behind Control Tower. And then we'll probably either hatch out or hit water treatment depending on what time is like, what the lobby sounds like. This is an incredible spot. I'm just gonna shut this behind me so I know. Don't want anybody popping shots into the building, you know? Those bicycle pumps are so good. And not anything too fantastic yet. We did get super lucky in this building last time we were in here, so that might be just karma balancing us out a little bit. The stim shots I really like. We can even equip those for now, because we may use them. Someone's not far from us. We're gonna, not this. We're gonna salvage this here because we don't want the parts that it goes for when we're back home. We want the rubber specifically. We're just gonna let that guy take his time opening the door to a building we already looted. That's another good reason to close your doors behind you, not just when you go into a building, but when you leave. Is that you may have... I'm hearing somebody. Magnets. These can spawn medical containers, which can spawn blueprints. Some pretty good blueprints as well. This one was searched, so somebody spawned here. They just didn't check the other areas.
Raider flare, the water facility.
There it is. I was gonna say, sometimes when you ping out a raider flare, it will tell you exactly where it is. I think it may be fun at some point to do a stream where we push into every... This rock back here has a spawn.
Go to that location.
To do a stream where we push every raider flare that we can find. Another one?
A raider flare, there.
There is not helpful. Up by this bus is our next spawn to check. Hopefully being out of the way for long enough that people get out of Testing Annex and out of research and development with their goop leaving behind. I can hear it. Right here. So Raider Cache is a really good way to add fill-ins on your route if you're going between spots, I think, anyways. Secret grenades, shotgun shells. There was 3 spawns in this location. There's that one and one also over there, it sounded like. I doubt they would all spawn at once. If they did, you'd hit a jackpot, though. We're gonna go back and hit the Formicae outpost. Again, typically, if a player spawns there, they are rushing to get into a good part of the map. And if they didn't spawn there, which it looks like somebody might have because we have downed arc right there. Oh no, that's a probe. We might search that for the trials. I wouldn't typically, though. I think I might hear a cache. Yeah, we're gonna go hit Formicae outpost. If a player spawns there, typically they will rush into the center of the map. They're not gonna be hanging around there for long. The only players you're likely to run into up here are going to be players doing the quest at Formicae outpost, which for us is hopefully not going to be an issue. Either they're hiding real good or they aren't here. But you know what will tell us if they are? Is this that we'll grab on the way out. We can even kind of hide this in here too. Oh, there's, see, already a med bag? That's pretty good. Ammo crate. We have a breach here. And a breach across. This is a great spot to hit. I'm gonna take this over the light ammo because we have a ton of light ammo back home. Don't forget when we breach, we make materials, which we can't carry. I'm just going to do some sorting real quick. It's 10 here. It's more other places. We're gonna do this. We have that full still, huh? I'm not sure how much of those noises I hear are just the game being an eerie environment or not. An anvil 1 I wanted. Let's see. We want more anvils. And I'm willing to drop this 1 adrenaline for these metal parts. Now, instead of going out and around, we're going to climb here. Oh. And there's a chance for a spawn up here of a weapons case, which spawned, so this is great right here. Again, things that people typically miss. This is out of the way. We have another anvil and a horizontal grip, or an angled grip, rather. And this is tough. Let's drop the regular bandages for this here, and then I guess just top off that second stack of ammo. Those salvage for plastic in here. I believe I just heard somebody. I mean, we'll know, right? There's only one other way in here, so if they're coming that way, we're not too far off the mark. So from here, I already have 2 anvils that I would be good to extract with on top of all this other stuff. It's not the goopiest run, but those are some things I'm looking for, is things to put into my stash, upgrade, and have ready to grab and go, ready to take out with me. From here, I think I'm going to skip over Scrapyard and start heading down towards Testing Annex, where we're going to hit this and then head up to Control Tower if it's not super hot. You can kind of get out this way, you just got to be very careful. Like so. We're going to go towards
Let's go to the testing annex.
This raider cache
Let's go to that
first.
location.
And again, that's very out of the way spot. It's very low risk and very high reward. We got all 3 spawns, just not where we expected them to be. And then coming from here is also fairly safe, I would say. I didn't see that flare. I heard that couldn't have been behind us, right? Ah.
Raider flare.
That looks like it may be right where we're headed. So we're heading into some risk. Listening for more raider caches. Now, we don't know if that raider flare was right up ahead here. I don't know where this raider cache was last time we were here. I think we'd hear it. Oh, wonderful. We're just gonna dip to this building. And we're gonna bust out the El Toro. Set down one of our noisemakers. Someone comes up the stairs, they'll alarm it. Alarm it. This actually doesn't look like it's been hit at all. Maybe a little bit. Because those lockers here are open. What kind of goodies did they leave behind? Nothing too great. We don't really need the wires. We will take the cap heads because we can do those. Metal parts. Voltage converter really good. We're gonna leave that though. Well, we're not being too quiet now. Medical containers, again, great spot for blueprints. It's always good to go through and see what people have. We know we need fabric. I'm going to take fabric over some of these shotgun shells. Again, we checked what we needed before we made the route. We know exactly what it is that we need. Laboratory reagents, really good to have again, but not something we have space for and not one of the things we were initially searching for, so we're going to leave it. I thought those were rubber for some reason. We're almost to the cool spot. So as we can see, this is pretty thoroughly looted. I'm willing to guarantee that we can still get things out of this that they left behind. So these over here, all of the desks that are against the wall have a chance for cases to spawn behind them. So if we come up here and we check just behind every desk, we can look to see, there's a few of them here. None on this one. I'm hearing somebody near us. That same technique people use, by the way. If you have ever seen a player with the looting Mach 3 Survivor, you've seen them do this tapping move where they're just tapping the forward input to lose less of their health as time goes on, but this is also the quietest way you could possibly move. Still sentinel over there, so we would know if there was a player up here. Again, these were hit. But we're still finding things that we need. Okay then. We'll top off that stack of heavy ammo. There's a player here. Yo, what's going on, man? We're gonna help him out. I'll help you out, buddy. Ooh, that's gonna hurt. Got you. We're a lifesaver. You hear that? It's always nice. again, we didn't get anything crazy on that run, but we got a lot of good stuff. We're walking out with 2 additional anvils that we didn't have before. We returned home with another player. So all of these I have for the quests. We can skip these. I have those in my stash safe to go. So all those are sellables. I do want to see the total stash value going in before I send this all out. Total stash value 86k again. We were very much on a good run. That's a really good run. We now have damaged anvil, another damaged anvil. I wish these would just be found at 100%, but I guess it makes sense lore-wise, sure. Springs we needed. Antiseptic we didn't, but if we salvage these at home, we now, instead of just getting plastic parts, get rubber parts. Secret grenades we want to stash up for. Metal parts. Seeds, if you start stacking seeds, the stack size is 100. So while it may seem more worth it to drop the seeds for something else that you could put in your inventory, seeds can be extremely powerful just because you can buy any resource, any basic resource in the game with them. So having seeds that you can stack in your inventory up to 100 is still super valuable. We're going to recycle this for the springs again. We're going to sell these. I don't need the antiseptic, unfortunately, so we're going to sell that as well. And the coolant, because I'm good on chemicals, and then these will go into the stash after we break down the bike pump. Bike pump, I say, is really good because it's canisters for smoke grenades on top of being 10 metal parts, and we only got 1 of those, so that's an awesome tool to have. Did we not sell these? Well, there we go. Now we're sitting at 116k, and we got magnets for augments. Again, I'll bring out just that overflow stack there. Didn't really use too much resources aside from a single bandage on that run. And again, whatever resources you're not spending is also counted towards your total of what you're making, because you'll notice if you go into a raid, shoot shots, and survive, but come out with really no notable loot, the amount of ammo you expend can sometimes put you in the negative. So while it may seem like something you should be doing constantly is, you know, farming art, doing whatever, if it's costing you more resources than you're spending, it's not worth it. Arc alloy, also a really good source of metal parts if you have a ton of it. I really only use it to refine for arc circuitry to fix my medium shields, so that's really not an issue considering right now I have 10 arc circuitry and it's 1 per repair on a medium. It might be 2 on a heavy shield. But I have these stacks here, so if I wanted, I could go like this. And now that's 42, that's almost a full stack. I think 30 of them is a full stack of metal, so 2 full stacks of arc equals 1 full stack of metal. We can test that right here. So it's actually more than. A full stack of 15 recycles for 30, so this is 60 metal parts, which is a full stack plus 10 just for recycling arc alloy. So farming arc, also really good to get your metal parts up. We're not arc farming right now. We did our arc farming. I think I still have a ton of... If I didn't, I might have crafted them all into shield rechargers. We have, yeah, we have almost 20 shield rechargers in our stash ready to grab and go because we farmed arc yesterday as a part of that, you know, testing which ones of these made sense. I do want to confirm that we can't craft the noisemaker in workbench now. Yeah, the only place you can craft the noisemaker is apparently in-game, it seems like. We can do lure grenades, which are great to get arc away from you, but if you're trying to be alerted if there's a player in your building, I guess at that point, you just bring out, what is it, speaker components and plastic? We'll go down to speaker components. We have 3 of them. I'm going to bring in 2. So we can top up our full stack of 3 here. That is kind of the only pain, I guess. I just drove by a legit robo-taxi? Whoa, whoa, what do you mean a legit robo-taxi? Like driving by itself or driving a passenger? I didn't hear that they came out. They were supposed to come out the end of last year. I just didn't know if... I didn't hear that they did officially come out. Texas plates, so probably a rental. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second, guys. Now we're back. It had no back window. Yeah, I apologize about that. My mom just came by. She had some dishes she's been holding on to that were mine. These little 6-inch ramekins, like 6-inch diameter ramekins that you can put in the oven. They're oven safe. Got them on Amazon, dirt cheap. Absolutely love them. Hi, Mango. We have a ton of dogs. For those who haven't seen, we will probably at some point do a dog stream. I mean, I feel like that's inevitable. For now, we're doing these streams to make content specifically. Okay, so we're stocked back up. We really didn't lose anything. We're going in with 50k because of the speakers, right? How much are these worth? 640 compared to these being 1,000 a piece. So you are losing value over selling these if you ever wanted to sell your noisemakers. But again, you put them down. If the building is completely clear, you can pick them up if you don't have to get out real fast. So they're reusable. I mean, maybe they're not as cheap as a lure grenade trap, possibly. What's a lure grenade trap cost? But see, a lure grenade detonates, goes off for a while, and then stops. I still like the fact that they will work infinitely as long as they are down, as far as I'm aware. I don't think there's a... It says duration 4 seconds. 4 seconds is still a lot longer than... well, 15 seconds of it going off. But a lure grenade also uses a speaker component to craft the lure grenade itself. So I guess if you just have a ton of lure grenades, and then wires are a costly thing compared to the... Yeah, I'll still say noisemakers, severely underrated. Gonna keep running them. I actually really like having them in my loadout. So we've now done 2 of our own runs on... Damn. Those are our 2... We're good. Those are our 2 loot runs that we have crafted for ourselves, and we're just going to keep hitting those depending on where we spawn on the map, either forward to back or back to forward, and that kind of covers all 4 sides of the map. If we spawn middle of one of the sides, we can go up or down and kind of choose which one is better. I do think that one at the Formikai outpost that hits testing has higher loot potential. We didn't end up hitting that spot at the back of the complex there, but worst case, if we spawn closer to Formikai, we can skip that first stop where those security lockers are and go and hit that other area that has another chance for a gun case. Prioritize again what you want. If your priority is gun cases, rearrange it and hit more gun cases. You can use that map. If I pull that map up, I guarantee you gun cases are on here. Locations, loot. weapon crate right here. So if we look at weapon cases, here are all the weapon cases spawns. If your priority is hitting as many weapon cases as possible, I didn't even know this. There's unfortunately a ton of ads on here. I don't run a pop-up blocker. I mean, I do run a pop-up blocker. I don't run an ad blocker. I didn't even know that each of these had a chance for a weapon crate. So the path that we ran, we just had so much potential for more and more weapons crates. This one is at this building. We'll have to remember that as we go over the hill, because then the Formikai outpost is here and this one is here. So if we run that same route and then come down this way, we had the chance for this one here, or apparently there's one that can spawn out back as well. So if your priority is just getting weapons, you can do that. We spawned by the Formikai outpost. So let's go do that. We'll go hit that loot exactly as we just said. We're gonna run up and hit this. I don't know if you have to hit it from the other side. I believe you can get there this way. No, we may have to go around to hit it. That's way too early of fighting. Somebody's got to be fighting an arc. Can we? There's got to be a way up. No, it's really just the one main way up. Unless you have a bunch of stims or zip lines or whatever else have you. But I guess that makes it secure, right? So we'll go up here, we'll check the gun case spawn, and then we'll go hit those other gun case spawns we just talked about. If we want to do the same loot run with different priorities, there's no way.
Raider flare.
That was close by, too. What we can do is plastic parts we need. So grab just enough plastic parts to make our case. And we will, in the meantime, pop this down here. And again, it's proximity. They're not going to be able to deal with it. So again, we got a health bag, a med bag. Antiseptic in the medical area. We're looking specifically for... We're going to hit this. We just got a deadline. That's pretty crazy. And a trigger nade. Put the trigger nade here. Stitcher and a Pharaoh. Another med bag. And we got a Bettina blueprint. Again, Bettina's spawning in medical containers. That is a good blueprint. We're going to take it with us. And we didn't get a gun case this time. I do swear I'm kind of hearing somebody. If you have the quest here, the Raider flag goes out here. We're going to do this and get out this back way. We're at the edge of the map here, but let's take a peek back at that map. So from the Formikai outpost, if we follow our path down this way, we can hit this, scope out this testing annex, and then come back here for another weapon case spawn. We're gonna go, I believe that said it was like back here.
Go to that location.
It's alright to touch the barrier, I believe.
Raider flare, the water facility.
Yep. Somebody else just called in a supply drop over there. So we'll just run back down this way. It seems like that's going to be a hotter area. We can avoid it if we want to, or PvP's your thing. Now you have the information to go and make a push. Apparently there's a weapon case spawn back here that we now know thanks to that map. Again, I will tell you guys the name of that site is mapgenie.io arc raiders. That is Such great information to have. If you're designing your own loot run, knowing where things are is what matters. If you haven't had enough experience to run and find locations that you want, you can 100% just use a map. Seeing again.
A raider flare.
Really close by. We may be contested here. If we are, we do have our blueprint and deadline in the back pocket, and that's already a ton of value. I want to figure out where this potential spawn location is. It looked like it was back here on the map. I've never been this far back in this direction before. There you go. I'm going to assume it's not this spawn, but another one. I also don't think I've ever spawned this far behind testing either, but that is a spawn location. Anytime you see anything like that, they're being tested in Texas, so I don't know why it's here. The testing has gone horribly wrong, and it is horribly lost. I'm assuming it's tower in front of us. I just wanted to check first. Got a breach spot here. All good runs. We don't really need the chemicals, but we don't necessarily want to leave them, you know? Oh, come on. I'm assuming that's the weapons case spawn. Or it might be down there, to be honest. I'm unfamiliar with the spawn, we just know that there is a spawn here. Any of these areas that are marked on the map can have multiple spawn locations too. Some of the ones that I go to do. Somebody was killing out here. Gonna approach very cautiously. There was somebody behind us. Whether or not they rotate this way, it's kind of a 50-50 shot. This sounds like shots up ahead of us. Again, if this place is already looted, we are still likely to find chests that people missed because a lot of people don't know about them. We're at extract. And we're probably good to get up here. Oh, is that Rocketeer just folding people left and right? Let's not get seen by that Rocketeer. We're gonna try and get in from here. We're gonna drop down onto that. You can do this trick really anywhere. Anywhere you have a ledge like that, a two-tiered ledge, you can get in doing that. We don't have plastic parts, unfortunately. But we're gonna see if this was already hit. Oh, come on. Just whiff that first shot. We didn't even have to shoot the third one. Oh, it's not looted. So again, really great run. Medical containers, chance to spawn blueprints. Cracked bioscanner, that's okay. I know someone who needs one. If you guys have any loot that you're having a hard time finding and you need help getting it, please just let me know. If I have extras, I am more than happy to donate them. We can farm arc alloy, but I want to search this place pretty thoroughly first. I can't tell what that noise is I'm hearing. So again, anywhere you see one of these desks, there can be a spawn behind it. there's a little space on all sides for those. This here, people will often run by, especially if they're pressured, just because who's going to want to do this? There's so many spots like this. Another cracked bioscanner, so that's more than I even need already. We're just going to make sure that we're checking behind these. This is going to be real good value. Nothing behind this one. We're going to keep checking, though. Medical container again. I'm just going to take a peek up here. I believe syringes are plastic in-game, right? They are. So we're going to drop these here, and we're going to craft ourselves another one of those noisemakers. That's why we brought those speaker components in to begin with. You're the worst. We got a Rocketeer outside. Yeah, we do. We're going to wait a minute to not PO the Rocketeer. But we're right here, and we still have 18 minutes left. There's 13 minutes on this extract, so we still have time to come up here if that's what we want to do. Disengaging. There's no turret, and this also hasn't been hit. We do, however, have a tick. Really good spawn rate for blueprints is this building. Nope. Open the other one, god damn it. Ooh, what do we take here instead? We could salvage these for metal parts. We have 5 extra bandages and 5 durable cloth. I don't think we need. We're going to drop the extra bandages for this dehumidifier and these. And again, anywhere we see a desk against the wall, we can check behind and see if there is another thing there. No advanced electrical components. That is a player. Where are they? Aha. Apparently we're already at a 91k inventory here. Do we help him out? He's got it. Good luck, Raider! What big thing am I hearing? I want to go hit that one last spot while we have time, since we have 10 minutes. Having zip lines here would be great. Again, if you know the run and you know zip lines are going to be on your run regularly, craft them, bring them with you. Just build your loadout around whatever it is you're trying to do. We're going to go up to Control Tower to hit...
Let's move to that location.
One area in the back that is very rarely looted. We actually basically missed this entrance room because we didn't come in this way. Can't carry any more cat beds or anything, huh? Alright, give me another blueprint. If you give me another blueprint, we'll call this a great run. We're actually going to take 1 cat bed, or 2 cat beds over 1 pillow. Because they stack. Headphones, salvage speaker components. I do want to replace this with, I guess, the trigger nade for now. I can't believe this building was entirely unlooted, but even if it is looted, I mean, there we go. There's another one. Remote Raider Flare is actually one I didn't have. We'll do this. And salvage these for metals in-game. I mean, that's... I can't believe we got it out of the computer, of all things. We can actually go around and even with that person. Hopefully they're decent, because right now we're sitting at a nice little inventory amount. We can just equip smoke grenades in here if we really want to be secure. You can also just push last second. If you're ever trying to get out with someone and you don't know if they're friendly. Oof, I just got the chills. Something tells me that this guy's gonna put up a fight. Something tells me he did that. Just in time. Just like that. Just roll through. You got plenty of time. I can't tell if it's the lag that causes us to drop frames occasionally. But again, I just want to show on the map, this is the very same route we just did, although instead of coming down this way, we came to check for this, you know, gun case over here that's allegedly there. We're not dropping frames, but my camera is... Oh, there it goes. Maybe just because I had it highlighted. So just to show again, we followed the same route. We actually spawned by the Formikai outpost instead of spawning down here, but we knew we wanted to hit the gun case here if it spawned. This has another few chances for spawns, so we wanted to go this way, come in here, to check that this gun case was here, and then we went back up the other way. We are gonna close this map, close this search. I want to kind of reduce my computer's resources real quick, just because I keep seeing that lag. If you guys are also seeing the camera stutter, let me know. I think it's just OBS being background throttled, even though it's not supposed to be. But just to... Yeah, here we go. It's got to be just background throttled. In case it wasn't, I'm going to run that back one more time. As you can see, we still ran the same route over again. We hit the Formikai outpost and then went down to Annex. But this time we came down this way to check for a potential gun case spawn over at this little tower area back here instead of coming through here. Had we spawned over here, this could have been a much longer run. We also didn't end up coming up here just because we got so much value, but if you hit this point and you know that you still didn't really get the loot that you were looking for, there is other areas up here. I just keep waiting for us to not have a fully stacked inventory before we need to hit that. But I mean, we just extracted with 97k on a single run, and we made this loot run ourselves. We've had really no issues with players. We've run into some at the spawn. It would have been an issue if they weren't friendly and saw us from a distance, but that wasn't the case. We are 100% just crushing it over here. I mean, what if we just do this? And then run this as live. Yeah, it seems like it's still loading just fine. We even leveled up from that before we even go through and sell all that extra stuff. I kind of like this idea if this works. I'm not sure what the percentages are. A Raider container is a Raider cache, and I personally hit a lot of them. I'm not going to invest in that just yet. I'd rather carry more weight than be over-encumbered and then get looter's luck for faster loot reveals. But still, now we've got Scrappy collecting all these while we're running our route as well, so we're really starting to get resource rich again. And again, another Stitcher. We did have a Pharaoh that we broke down is what the other one was. I don't know why I was thinking it was an anvil. Raider Flare blueprint I actually didn't have. I wanted to get this so that I could play around more with this. This was one of the items that we were taking a look at this was one of the items we were looking at for underrated utility items, just because you can bait people so hard they are never expecting it. We got all these. That's 10k in sellables. Bettina blueprint I already have. I already gave to a couple of my friends. If anybody needs a Bettina blueprint, just let me know right now. Check disc, it was that exact car. I don't know why I'm just seeing that one. I don't think that one popped back up. Oh, it's tiered. I only saw the second half of that message. I got a full stack of adrenalines, which I run when I'm doing actual, like, longer loot runs. But, I mean, even still, I might just sell this Bettina blueprint if nobody needs it. Going once. Going twice. Free Bettina. It's got to be pretty common, I imagine, because this is like my fourth one, similar to the Vertical Grip Mark III. And a deadline is 5k. Oh my god, this was a spectacular run. We're going to recycle all these blue items for these. We have yet to need our Raider hatch key. I mean, I'm almost wondering if we even need to bring it in. It's going to depend on where we spawn, of course, is the correct answer, but... And durable cloth. Again, didn't really use any resources. Lurking while meal prepping, yeah, no problem. I still gotta meal prep my lunches. What's your meal prep gonna be? Are you sticking to chicken and broccoli? Chicken and brocklava or whatever? Alright, so these are 2 plastic parts each. I am gonna bring in, now that I know the exact amount, the plastic parts that I need to make those. Crafting materials all the way down. Yeah, I still have extra blueprints. I mean, I don't know if anyone needs a yellow light. I think the Vertical Mark III and the Silencer 2 are spoken for. I believe, anyways. We have 2 speaker components, so we really only need 4 of these to make our noisemakers. Kielbasa on sale! Oh my god, you got the good sales in your area. You know, Chernobyl. That ain't kielbasa? Wait a minute. Yeah, we're sticking with our pasta-based meal prep, aside from we're doing katsu chicken. We're making our dinners at night since I'm home on injury, and basically all I'm doing is editing and playing video games. Now, if you had to do a run like this with Looting Mark 1, I think you easily could. It's not that much different. Obviously, we're adding up stacks of resources and things like that. I still have everything I went in, aside from a handful of bullets. I mean, let's just even split 10 off this and top up and bring in an extra 5 for what we're planning to shoot. Shield at 99 I won't repair. If it was at like under 90 I would, just because you don't want your shield to break in one rough round that you're getting stuck on, basically. We could even ditch the Il Toro and just do the loot run. I like having the Il Toro up close because it's extremely hard to beat. The Anvil 4 is, you know, it does repeat shots fast enough because of the 75% increased fire rate, but let's see, what's the damage on it? It's... Damage is... doesn't say. Comparable to the Il Toro? No. Still no. I mean, this is a real nice Il Toro. That thing's pretty. An Il Toro 4 with all the pretty attachments. We only have an extended shotgun mag 1. Did I not get an... That might be the other blueprint that I need. Yeah, so I don't have an extended shotgun mag level 2. Maybe we swap to doing these on a higher tier raid so we can get those. I mean, we've still got 5 minutes until locked gate on blue gate. That'll be a good way to showcase. I'd like to get at least one more damn Battlegrounds run up north, and then when I do the video, just put the routes together with themselves, since we just did 2 on the southern side and had really good results. If I could get another one on the northern side and get good results, I think that would also be very good. Just to showcase, you can make your own routes. But then again, how many of those am I going to show if I'm showing some on every map? Potentially Salamantis excluded. Potentially doing Salamantis is going to be very sweaty. But we could do locked gate afterwards to kind of get a higher tier. That we're definitely bringing in a shotgun for. So let's run one more on dam. We're bringing in everything we need to craft the noisemakers because, again, those are just goated in a building. They are incredible to have. And if I shrink this down... Oh, I can't, huh? We can shrink this down like this. This is fine. I don't know if you guys are able to see. Let me know if it's rendering on YouTube in 1080p for you guys. We are using Restream to stream to 2 platforms. We're live on both Kick and YouTube. If you have a preferred, we're on both. I am trying to funnel people over to Kick just because we have a follower goal to meet for monetization over there, whereas we are already monetizable on YouTube. Ooh. This is interesting. So we spawned in the middle of what we would have done for a loot route. So let's prioritize. We have way more residential over here to search. I think we're going to do that. And then we can even come back up this way. A loot route is typically supposed to be from your spawn. You're going in one direction as far as you can. But if we come down this way, unless we come back up through here and then hit hydroponics as like a loop this way, Ruby Residences would be last. That actually may not be an issue because this is very thin loot up here, but I'm going to shots that way. Those shots may just change my mind. I was going to say I want to prioritize the residential loot because I want those blueprints, but we can hit Pattern House first and cut through these woods somehow. Don't get stuck. There we go. Cut through these woods. Need a running start. If we cut through this area, there's a couple places where things can spawn. This can spawn as breachable, but didn't. And then we have this here. Again, your loot route's going to be very much about the little spaces in between. And if nothing spawns in between, you're okay. But we found a bag in this window. Another really great spot that people sleep on is West Broken Bridge. What did you just shoot at?
Hey, don't shoot.
Did you just shoot at me?
Hey, what's up, man? Well, I was trying to say don't shoot, but then I accidentally pressed the trigger. So
Oh, got you. I accidentally shoot all the time. You here for the quest?
I don't know which one.
Oh, there's a quest for the generators where you hit that thing down there, the EMP.
No, I made it completely early. I'm honestly not sure exactly where I'm at with my quest. I've been knocking it out with my buddy.
Yeah, nice. I mean, I'm just passing through here to go over to Pattern House, trying to hunt some residential stuff. But good luck, man.
Game? I've had it for less than a week.
Oh, I love it. It's definitely a learning curve, but it's a lot of fun. You kind of learn your own spots that you like, things like that. I mean... But yeah.
Yeah. I think it's a great break from like Call of Duty and Black Ops and whatnot. It's...
Oh yeah. I mean, if you like things a little more hardcore, there's a game called Hunt Showdown that's similar to this, except when you die, you lose everything, including your perks. So this is a nice... I said if you like this game, but you like more hardcore than this, I mean, there's a game called Hunt Showdown where when you die, you lose everything, including your perks. I like this because it's not as sweaty constantly, you know what I mean? It's like you're not losing hours and hours of grinding in a single run. But yeah, man, I'm gonna get on my way and go try and hit that house while it's still available. Catch you later. I don't think we have to worry about him. Yeah, the amount of times... I think I said this yesterday, too. The amount of times I've been trying to do something and accidentally hit a button I didn't mean to. So many. West Broken Bridge. We have spots like in here. Anywhere you kind of have a secret little tunnel that most players won't find, you have a chance for something cool. Back here, we have this breach. One way in, one way out, so don't get caught in here by a Rocketeer or anything, but as far as dealing with players, not really too much of an issue. The springs we need, and I'm going to actually pop those in this. Ooh, we didn't craft our noisemakers. We got so distracted by that guy. There's our noisemakers. They're now in our little cubby. And we generate materials when we breach. Can't forget. I told you guys, I always forget that. It's such a good perk to have until you have it and aren't using it. I don't think that one does the same thing. Hey, buddy. I'm just gonna watch that guy. He didn't answer. He sounded like he might have been looking for us. You heading up here too? Do you have a preferred floor? I'm gonna take one, you take the other?
No.
Okay. I'll start up by the top. And now we're just gonna be very careful. I don't know what it is. I don't trust a player that doesn't talk. This, again, where those glitches are, anytime you see a hallway like this with a breachable at the end, they are built that same poor way where you can just swoop right on through. So if this guy were to push us in that hallway, Blue Gate Village key, okay. Put that in instead of the springs, I guess, for now. As to how many people know about that, I'm not too sure. So you could always use it to rotate on somebody as well if they're in here and you're not. Ooh, I want to put that in here over that key. Extended medium mag 2 on a Venator, always incredible. I also like that I told him I'd start at the top and then I didn't. He definitely did those. Bins around back have a chance to spawn something as well. So we hit Pattern House. This guy is still here. I think we're going to try and come in this way, come out by highway, and then rotate. No, we want to go end of highway first.
Go to that location.
Very player-heavy match on this side. Oh, he's fighting wasps. I'm so suspicious. I don't get friendly lobbies like this that often, so I'm really not sure. Oop. And now we know there's a raider cache up here as well it can spawn, so I'm going to mark this location for myself. Yeah, that ain't bad. Level 2 shield. Some more bandages. Map. We're right up the hill but from the Pattern House. I didn't know a raider cache could spawn here. Someone's extracting 9 minutes into the match. They're probably gooped out of their mind. We'll help this guy out. I'm hoping he got out of there. I'm wondering if we can even go farther than this, but we're already on the edge of the map, and there's those 2 players who just lobbed that stun at that other guy. Oh. I didn't get to see that. That must have been in that building where those 2 guys were. Yeah, see that? Oh, right there. Another raider cache on the way over here, so we can add these to the loot route. As you go, you can add these things. Your loot route doesn't have to be static. Another medium shield and more bandages. You could do a run of just raider containers on dam at least. There's enough on dam to go all the way around the map. Or potential spawns, right? I feel like I'm hearing another one. We're just gonna check in here, see if anybody hit everything. Which they didn't. Full stack of bandages, full stack of everything else. Oh, that Rocketeer is destroying those folks. Make sure you back up and jump slightly off the ledge before you hit this. And we've got nothing up here. Yeah, maybe it is just the Formikai outposts where things can spawn. If we come out this way, we're kind of right on the edge of the highway anyways. We've got 18 minutes left. We still got a good amount of time left, a little under a third of the match. And our loot has been severely contested compared to what we wanted. We didn't get to hit Pattern House aside from the floor because I didn't want to risk looting the same building as that guy for too long. There's a raider cache under there. I can hear it. Just very lightly. You can always breach this car too if you're looking for mechanical stuff. And this hasn't even been hit. Again. So we got a gun case. Give us something good. An anvil over this. For sure. This is just an ammo case, but sometimes nothing we really needed. We're gonna drop these. And we have plenty of bandages to go around. I hear it. Right here. I also didn't know a raider cache could spawn under this bridge, but that's 3 on 1 loot route we have. Ooh. No attachments or anything, right? It doesn't even look like anybody's hit over here, which is insane. Yeah, nobody has hit this yet? Wild. Swap this for the crude explosives. Swap this for a single wire. Just as much stash value as we can seriously pack in. Salvage magnet? No. Pack this in instead of the antiseptic. We're looking for more mechanical stuff anyways. We don't need an extra stack of bandages, but we would prefer the antiseptic over those. I mean, again, we're already cranking that stash value. Is kind of wild. We're intentionally farming fabric. We have to keep remembering that. Light gun parts, also something we need. We can salvage this fabric out of duct tape if we don't need that. Salvage this for 2 springs in-game to take these light gun parts. Now our stash value is looking like 80k already, and we're not even done with the run. Hi, Mango. Yes. We have some very needy dogs. Those containers can be lootable. Oh my god, get absolutely dunked on. Hopefully simple gun parts. Simple gun parts and a wasp driver. We'll take the simple gun parts over that and take this over that. Same north side loot run we did before. I actually don't often see this searchable. Take our parts. We're running pretty full on inventory space as well. Always check understairs. I've since found out that gun cases can spawn understairs, and now I know how many I've probably missed is astronomical. Somebody's calling extract. We're going to come out this side and then try and go to Ruby Residence for a little more chance to find blueprints. Unless we piss this tick off, or this pop. And do that. My dedicated little popper. This room in front of us was opened already. But there's a pop in there. And a dead raider. So again, I told you guys, my lobbies aren't really cool like that, so I don't know what this... Oh my god. There's our extended shotgun mag too. That was more simple gun parts and a light mag. Oh, come on, baby. Come on, baby. Metal. I don't really need a lot of this, is the thing. I mean... kind of crazy. I do want the shotgun mag. I don't know what to take it over, though. Now I'll take it over this, and then I'll take... No, because we have a full stack of these. We're getting to that point. Take that over this. We're kind of looted here. I mean, we don't even necessarily have to finish the run. And they didn't even finish looting all this. Again, if you had a power rod, nobody opens this door. Not because it's not worth it. It's just who's running around with a power rod on damn battlegrounds, you know? People don't think to do it. Sensors over. Take those processors if we do that. Sensors over this. I mean, we're still not over 90k yet, but we're making about 90k per run. I don't think this was open when we came to... Oh no, that might not have been open. That could be a rat in there. That goes up to extract. This way comes out behind extract. I think this might be the better move. We can get more stuff up here too. Again, people often don't breach these. You have a chance to find industrial type blueprints in these containers, as well as many other things. Water filter over... really nothing, because I need everything I have. We just walk casually to not alert everything flying above us. You don't have to crouch walk. Oh my god. Okay, so we're gonna go like this. Take this. A voltage converter. Rocketeer drivers would be crazy to get out of this. I don't have seeker grenades with me, but that flaming, a seeker grenade would do it. I might do it. With one bullet! Oh, that's juicy loot. If we go get Rocketeer drivers right now, I'll let you live, Tick. I just killed your great-great-grandpa.
An arc orbiter is en route. Safe window is
And we're sub
closing.
10 minutes left, so the amount of people
You
that
have
we've
10
heard
minutes to return to
extract.
Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Oh, it's in a good spot, too. Yeah, Rocketeer drivers. Okay, we're gonna... I don't even know. Oh, we can do this. No, we can't. Forget the shield chargers. And forget... Oh god, forget the processors. I have a ton. Swap this into here. We have the hatch key. With one bullet, we just cleaned up somebody's Rocketeer kill. At the very least, we're getting out some insane value. Should be one more. Alright, we don't get too greedy here. That's just unbelievable with one bullet free Rocketeer goop. We are very overweight here. I mean, we could start breaking some of this stuff down, but we are gooped. 96k coming out of this run. There should have been more Rocketeer drivers. We definitely missed a part, but I don't think I can carry much more. And we still, again, we haven't even finished the loot run that we planned. We were going to go to Ruby after this. We still had 7 or 8 minutes almost left. We want to hold for a solid minute here. Everybody expects people to hold for a second to check for the all clear before they make their exit. You have 2 full minutes, right? This thing clearly knows where I am. And we just get in like this, push the button, we're good to go. Even overweight, we use 1 smoke grenade to get out with goop. Later. Don't waste the bullets, right? That was... Whoever left that Rocketeer literally one shot. I feel so bad. That must have been somebody fleeing for their life. That's crazy. So the loot map, again, remains the same. We, instead of starting at this side, started over here, kind of in the middle of where we wanted our run. If we had started here and worked our way over, I can only imagine how much crazier it would have been. But we came down through here. We found a little bit of stuff. We found containers. There was a Raider container on the top of this hill. There was a Raider container over here. Other than this would have been dead travel time. And if you have anything like that around you just to fill the gaps between your locations with, like, we didn't really find anything too crazy in here, but these 2 Raider caches made up for it. And once again, we got out with over 95k of value. It was 96, but we threw a smoke. It's still 95,977, and we one-shot a Rocketeer. That was pure luck that somebody would leave that alive. They must have run out of ammo or something. But I mean, again, this is the 2 routes that we made for the top and the bottom. We've run each one twice. And both times on every single one have come out with 95k as an average. We came out with what, 96, 98, and 95. I forget what the first run was. I want to say it might have been lower. The first run might have only been like 85k, like 10k less than this, but I don't need these Rocketeer drivers. I could either recycle them and get the advanced electrical components, or sell them for a quick 10k, which I'm probably going to do. And we're just going to recycle anything that we're really not using directly as is. So all of this stuff is great recycling material, or sell it if your inventory is completely full and you're just running these over and over again. Once your stash is full, if you're looting properly and you have everything you need to craft everything you need, there's no reason you can't just sell these, but I'm going to recycle these because I find myself running out of things all the time. Again, we want to take this off. This Rattler, we're going to recycle this for these. And I'm going to put my El Toro back on. We got 2 medium shields there, more fabric that we needed. We're going to take a peek again at the fabric. And once again, another anvil. We're starting to get stocked up on anvils. So now the goal from there, once I have enough anvils that I don't really have to worry about running out, which I'd say we're probably at that point because that's what, 5 since yesterday we've picked up. We can just repair them first before you level them, and then pop a silencer on. And if this one goes, like if I die, I just chuck a new one on from my stash. This medium mag we'll put on an actual weapon. We don't have another El Toro. We might have another El Toro. Let's take a peek at what we have for guns. I don't have anything that I would put an angled grip on. Angled grip, not necessarily the best. Not a lot of things. It's Venator, El Toro, Volcano, maybe. I don't think a Volcano being a shotgun would have a lot of horizontal recoil. The Bobcat and the Stitcher, I mean, it's already so manageable as is, especially if you're upgrading your guns. I'm probably just going to recycle this for the mechanical components. This, however, extended medium mag 3. You can go like this, pop this on. Oop. Put the medium mag 3 on this. And again, we've got these repaired and upgraded at least once, but we're repairing them first. And then on my... yeah, we'll put it on this one. This one already has a silencer on it. I do want to get a nice stock for those. I don't have another El Toro yet, but we could probably craft them with everything we just pulled out, and we have these to sell again. I mean, we started today under 100k and have only done 4 runs. We've got 42k and now an insane amount of anvil. Yeah, we've got another anvil 4 already ready to go, but we've gotten 3 anvil 1s, and there's an anvil 4 here with a level 1 silencer on it for some reason. So if we just spend those parts... yep, fair enough. Always repair before you upgrade, reason being, this is at 58 out of 100. 2 mechanical components, 2 simple gun parts, so I'm going to repair that before I upgrade it. Because if I were to upgrade it, which I need more mechanical components for... and again, this whole time we're getting resources from Scrappy as well. We were also at 6 metal parts 3 runs ago, and we're now at 164. So, again, by choosing what it is that you need before you plan out your own loot route, you can customize the route every time you run it to get specifically what you need, and why wouldn't you at that point? We're going to go to my inventory. So it was 2 and 2, but if we upgrade it, and then go to click repair. Oh, because it's an anvil 2 now. If we upgrade it and then go to click repair, instead of costing 2 mechanical components and 2 simple gun parts, it's now 3 and 3. So always make sure you're repairing your weapons before you upgrade them. Am I still just missing mechanical components? If I upgrade? No. So we'll make another anvil 4, why not? Love my anvil 4s. It is probably, other than a Pharaoh, which I'm not upgrading often, the only heavy gun I really use, so that's what these will be for. So we've got now 4 anvil 4s, and then we'll run out of parts on this one. Yeah, we're gonna need simple gun parts, and then I think I only have, what, 1 more heavy gun part. But we're starting to flush out this stash pretty well. As I say, I may even have medium, but I don't have medium gun parts. But you know what we do have? There we go. Sometimes it gets stuck. I press escape from the menu and it doesn't bring me out. If we go to Celeste,
Raider, good to see you.
we can buy those simple gun parts, or we can buy medium gun parts, but we have 50 seeds already. I'm gonna buy those medium gun parts. And then we have enough to upgrade this one as well. I would upgrade this one to 4, but that's actually not expensive to upgrade to 4. I should have. I was thinking this was going to be more costly than the other one. Now let's see how many mod components we can refine. Because again, I'm going to set these up, so I just have to pull them out of my stash. Attachments and all. The attachments won't take up extra slots in your storage if you're putting them on the guns, and then your guns are just as ready to go out. Mechanical components, which are also in Refiner. I don't know why I clicked out. And we're back down now to 3 metal parts. We have enough to craft 1 more silencer. Silencer 2. Being that we're running the anvil more commonly, I'm probably going to put it on one of my anvils. Gunsmith. But if we wanted, we could put a compensator. Actually, a compensator is great on a... I need more mod components. I really do. Silencer just so useful. How can you not? So this one has a level 1 silencer. We'll pop this one on and put that on here. And then take our El Toro 4 back out. I was like, why am I not seeing it? I have all these upgraded as well. But again, if I needed a Stitcher, I could go in, and I've got a Stitcher already kitted out. This is a little bit more expensive of one, but this is just from farming the way that we've been farming over and over and over. Smoke grenades, let's just bring out the rest. Deadlines, I'm going to save that for farming Arc. And we're good to run it already. We'll bring out an extra 7 ammo. We haven't really needed the hatch key. I was going to say I'll refine a power rod and bring that out to show you guys what that room is like. And maybe I should, because in this I'm also going to be giving you guys extra, you know, some bonus loot spots in the runs. We'll do it. We'll do it. It should be right here. Bring this out in the safe pocket. We'll do one more run on dam. Of course, this time we'll probably spawn way down the bottom, I'm sure. If we do, it's fine. I do wish there was more... Oof. I do wish there was more doors locked specifically by those. Just because they're a refinable resource. They're not incredibly expensive, but unless you're using them for their intended crafting purpose, they're really not that crazy. I mean, they're not something most people are going to be carrying with them to unlock a door, because it's not a key aside from in that one location. But that spot is never hit, so anytime I load in on dam, I may just start carrying one of those in my safe pocket, because if you spawn at the top of the map and you can hit it, why not, right? Dude, where do we spawn? Hopefully north of the map? No, but we can make a new run because we're so close to the end of one. We could hit this and do this one backwards and do that. Or I could dip across this.
Red alert, Raiders. We've spotted a harvester in your area. A queen is guarding it.
Oh, it's a harvester event. The harvester is going to be over there, so we won't do that this round. But we'll go up to Formikai Outpost and we'll kind of run this in reverse, maybe? Or no, where is that other one? Electrical tower. We can go hit electrical tower and then testing annex if the matriarch isn't down there, but I think she is. And then work our way backwards. One shot did it. I believe matriarch spawns down at the bottom. I don't know if her spawns particularly change. Rock's really easy to get down. Just go left and right. One of my first ever solo games, I spawned at that exact spawn. I came down the hill and got killed by Ark trying to get into that building, and now the fact that I can one-tap Ark, it's such a different dynamic. Yes, my anvil is upgraded compared to the Pharaoh 1 I had, but the knowledge is truly what saves me on this. I actually think this is the gun case spawn area. Oh. That's kind of odd. A single antiseptic. We're gonna check the back of this to see if it can be breached. It can't be. Now I guess I can show you guys that other spot up top. And again, we've been averaging 90k a run or so. So we're alright if we gotta go up this way. We're gonna try and come up through testing annex to tower, and then we'll work our way backwards. So again, it's the same run we designed, we're just doing it backwards. You don't have to get the right spawn to go in somewhere. I've actually never been in this one. I've never been in the bottom of this tower before. I might have to start. It spawns sensors. Everybody wants sensors, right? These server racks can spawn, on rare occasion, electrical type blueprints, like your jolt mine, etc. I really don't need the plastic parts, but I'll take them. We've been coming out like 100k at a time as is. Might as well fill our pockets with whatever it is we need. You can see out there. 2 mechanical components, that's real good. Where does this go to? Oh, ain't that nice. Yeah, the matriarch is over there. Somebody's trying to fight it. We're gonna just stay out of their way. And hopefully they'll stay out of ours. I thought that was the case. I think the matriarch always spawns in the same location. I don't think she really rotates. She can be aggroed to other locations. Again, these little rooms, drawers are medical style containers, good for blueprints, and then lockers are always good for blueprints. We're just gonna take a peek at the door while we loot. The same tip you guys have heard a million times about making sure you're breaching facing the door. Always loot facing the door as well. I'm gonna come back this way. I love you too. I'm glad you'll be home soon. I'm gonna have to show you some of the runs that we came up with today. I mean, if you don't see them on the video anyways. Because we've been averaging like 90k runs. Again, we're gonna climb up and we'll drop down inside so we don't even have to really take the door. I mean, we're at the door. Oh, someone's extracting? I wonder if someone came in to fight the matriarch. Oh, God. Ooh. Or we could fall. Oh, there's a rocketeer on the way. If this rocketeer hits us, it's over right now. I'm gonna get around this corner. We can hide this noisemaker by this door. Let's loot these. These have already been hit. Not entirely, though. So someone might still be in here. If they're in here, they're being extremely quiet. I doubt they're still in here. Power bank's good to recycle. They're out on the other side of this door. Didn't know an android could spawn in here. Just gonna creep around the outside. Hopefully the Ark don't see us before someone else. I don't know where the android would be. Let's top off our health here just in case. So again, this has already been hit, but when we get down to the lower section, security breach and all. We'll take the cap out. Thank you, sir. Thank you for leaving us such a good loot. I know somebody's got to still be in here. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna set a noisemaker right here, and if they come up from behind us, we're gonna know. It's that easy. Now we've got a noisemaker by the front entrance, so once we clear this room, we'll know if they're in here. And don't get seen by the Rocketeer. That bandage we needed because we used ours. Again, if you check behind these desks... Oh, see, there it is. A case spawned behind this desk. Or there's drawers, rather, on the back of this desk, and we just got heavy gun part blueprints. Which I will pop in our safe pocket and we'll take out with us. Every single one of those desks, if you go behind them, you can get more out of them. This is medical containers. We can salvage this right here. We're just trying to fill out all of our stacks of things. Whoever was in here kind of did a very fast loot. That's what makes me feel like they're still in here. Adrenaline shot, salvage more fabric. We don't really need the canisters as much, but we can do this. And again. I'm gonna try and hit this from as discreet a spot as possible. I'm gonna be topped up on fabric by the time I extract from this round. Over here, there's another one this guy didn't hit. This is what I was mentioning last time. And there's the... Yep, another blueprint. I need that more than I need the heavy gun part blueprint, just because that's a little bit harder to find. It's a medical one. Cracked bioscanner I have a couple of. Syringe, we can, I guess, salvage the plastic parts since we have them. Salvage that for the fabric. Whoever was in here didn't do a great job looting it. We're just gonna watch this way, because again, we have our noisemakers behind us. Noisemakers still just absolute crazy value. We want this over the plastic parts, and we can salvage springs from this, so now we're getting out with 3 springs as well. What are we at right now? 88k. So we're still already almost at 90k, and we're still pretty early into the run. I mean, there's 18 minutes left, and we're almost at 90k again on the same dang route. That's close by. Another one of these, another one of these. Another chance for medical blueprints right here. No, but we'll salvage the rubber. I just want to make sure we can see the door from where we are if we're coming in. Forgot I dropped my plastic parts. Alright, so now we're already over 90k again. Do we go out the way we came? We are at extract with 90k. But it's the matriarch event, so I'm not sure how difficult it'll be to get out with a rocketeer over there as well. Another raider flare. So many raiders dying over there. I'm willing to bet that there's goop to be had. Can we get around this way? 120k extract only? Bet. We are not even all the way through our loot route here. This is gonna hurt. Actually, it didn't hurt as bad as I thought. We could probably get way more than 120k if we went over to where that guy was. Where he died, because anybody who's trying to fight the queen's probably got a ton of good loot. We have that rocketeer. There's no way that rocketeer saw me. If that rocketeer saw me, we ain't extracting at all. I don't think it did. I think it's just searching the area. Rocketeer being here, not great. I kind of wish you could shoot the extract button. Yeah, it's flying overhead. 15 minutes. If we did go over there, though, we could hit that hatch, which means we could loot them and just get out. Oh, this goddamn wasp is about to blow my whole cover, and we're about to be dead. I should have one-shotted it so it would be up against the wall when I hit it, because if you hit a wasp and then it hits... If you break a wasp's fan, I should say, and then it hits an object, it explodes. Rocketeer sounds like it's going that way. We kind of want to wait for it to start heading back up there before we come back down. Was it just yellow light? Or is that just dust coming off the buildings? I can hear it. We also really don't want to make any noise right now. Another container here. I need simple gun parts. Sorry to the duct tape. I think we can make 120k happen here. I'm serious. I mean that shit. If we go just long way around, real nice and easy, head over to where everybody's fighting the matriarch. I have a hatch key. We can get out. Oh, and there's a raider cache here. This could even be 120k here if we hit anything crazy. Give me a bobcat out of nowhere. Got back that bandage. Want to go nice and easy. A raider flare definitely popped off from over here. It may just be an extract camper though. If it's an extract camper, we're in for some fun. Because this is not within El Toro's effective range. Somebody just hit extract over there though. We just gotta find where that guy was. I'm assuming he was fighting right next to Hatch. Just use some visual cover. The matriarch is somewhere off that direction. And somebody's on the roof over there. What fruit are you? Apricots. I need apricots. Forget these 10 seeds. I'm fruited. Not fruity. Just fruited. Like looted, but with fruit. I could breach that, but we want to look for a juicy player. I have enough common loot. I need some crazy shit. Some crazy stuff. Oh, maybe the harvester's over here and they died in that? I'll tell you guys what. We can hit that other loot spot. Just use up some of our free resources to get over here a little quicker. I'll show you guys that loot spot we haven't had time to hit yet because we got 10 minutes left. There's probably a lot of players who are already out. I mean, someone just called extract over there. That was likely whoever was fighting the matriarch. You come up in here. I'm just taking a peek. It's a little harder for them to see down the hallway than it is for us to see up. So it can spawn medbag here, which is a good sign this is unlooted. We really can't carry any more of that, though. I don't see a weapon case did spawn, and someone did loot it. But this is the other spawn. This usually isn't looted. I mean, just probably someone found this because matriarch is right there. But this is another really good spot.
An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. 10 minutes to get out.
We might hatch out. I don't think I have time to go up there and deal with it if there's a rocketeer. I just want to find where that guy's body was. I'm willing to bet that guy had some crazy stuff on him. Unless he came in with a teammate and this is not an entirely solo lobby. What I didn't check was down by these little raider huts. Which we can do. We'll go, go check these huts. There's a med bag in here as well. Come on, give me something that's going to top me off. No, but I'll take these over 5 regular bandages basically any day of the week. Alright, I guess we just hatch out from here. I can't find where that guy's body was. And I don't want to get too close to the matriarch because God knows I will get absolutely rocked going in with an anvil. People are still fighting over there. We're just going to hatch right here. We do have a couple more breaches available, though. whatever chance we have to top this off, but this is still going to be one of the best runs we've got. What's the Matriarch? The Matriarch is an extremely large arc that, when you fight it, summons literally all other kinds of arc to you. It will spawn them in at the beginning of the encounter. Like, it will summon a Leaper, a Bastion, a Bombardier, a bunch of Fireballs, which, go figure, are a lot harder to deal with when you're there to fight something else than you would expect. And we're just gonna hop out now. Yeah, the Matriarch is, it's a giant boss battle meant to protect this Harvester for events. The Harvester gives you some extremely rare blueprints. It's something you need to go into with, like, gold and purple equipment only. It's, like, extremely difficult. The fastest way somebody's found to kill it... Oh, it does. It does yield a giant loot explosion, because every single one of those big drivers I just mentioned, like... The Matriarch's core is a gold item. It's extremely valuable for crafting, as well as extremely valuable if you just wanted to sell it for some reason. The Bastion, the Bombardier, the Rocketeers, all have, you know, purple loot, or rather pink loot value cores. So if you somehow manage to kill everything with just you and a squad, you guys are leaving extremely overweight and extremely rich. Yeah, the Matriarch is not to be trifled with, though. Someone did try a speedrun record. Currently, the record is, I believe, 43 seconds. You go in with, it's a Gatling gun. It's, you know, like the turret-style Gatling gun. It's called the Equalizer. You bring in that with something like 500 rounds of ammo for it, as well as another gold item called the... My brain just had hookshot because Legend of Zelda. Called the Snap Hook, which is a handheld grappling hook. You launch your way up to the top of it, you spray it with the 500 rounds of Equalizer until its, like, top breaks open, exposing the mechanical core, and then you drop 2 of these deadlines on it, hopefully extremely fast, so you have time to jump off the side and survive the incoming massive explosion that's something like 8,000 damage, or something crazy like that. They do an insane amount of damage each. But yeah, you can also use these grenades, wolf packs, if you don't have an Equalizer. I think it's 2 of these will pop the top off, because it's 166 damage per rocket, 12 rockets, and they home. The only thing is, because it's homing and the Matriarch spawns so many other varieties of arc, you really got to make sure it's not going to hit anything else, or else you're just going to piss the Matriarch off. And she can literally stomp you to death. Not even using any of her machines. She got a blind spot on the top of her head, but that's why she summons so many flying things at once as well. But I believe it's 2 of these will break off the top and expose the core, and then you just have to figure out a way up there to use deadlines if you didn't have any of these. I don't think you can place an actual zip line, like the craftable zip lines on her, but maybe mistaken about that. We'll put this power rod back for now. So in sellables, there's 5k right there. Again, we got out with over 90k on our own run. Let's recycle all of these, and this as well. Sensors, mechanical components. I want to see where we're at for the specific resources we were trying to farm. Also apricots. Hell yeah. I need more apricots for scrap up. 6 more apricots for Scrappy. This is crazy. Just getting the, what was it, 3 and 3, 3 apricots, 3 lemons was already obnoxious, but now I need 8 more mushrooms and 6 more apricots. Let's take a peek at the resources that we said we were going to farm on these routes and take a look. If you recall, we had like 5 or 6 metal parts left. We did get a ton of them. So to dominate the Matriarch, I have to take her top off and Hey, yo! Hey, yo, what? I mean, yeah, listen. Sometimes you just gotta bust, you know? We got rubber parts and wires for those. I'm just gonna sell those for another 1,000. We have 2 of these. Fabric, we had 50. We said we wanted to get a little bit more. I did just craft a ton of bandages, but I was low on it, so that was a tertiary thing. Rubber parts, I needed a lot of. We were running extremely low. We were down to like our last 5 or 6 rubber parts as well. And then we had less than 10, somewhere less than 10 metal parts. So if we go and look now, We're up 100 parts, 100 rubber parts, 100 and change. We've got 2 stacks of rubber parts. We have an extra 180 fabric. We came out with all sorts of weapons as well. 16 seeds. Where are our... Oh, we're searching by rarity. We want to go by category. So that way we can see them all at once. Yep. And metal parts... I have 27. But again, we just crafted a ton of mechanical components and upgraded all of these pistols, which are now almost all anvil 4s. I want to get silencers on all of these. A medium mag 2 and a silencer for this. And then obviously the Bobcats are going to take a while. I'd like them all to look like this. If not with a muzzle brake 3. I don't have the muzzle brake 3 blueprint yet. Automod doesn't like it when I tell the matriarch's weakness. Wait, why? What's it saying? I can read your messages. What is it telling you? That's so funny. Yeah, obviously we want our Bobcats to look something like this. I'm still not sure about the lightweight stock. I think if you could put a stock on a Venator, a lightweight stock would be ideal for that, right? Because it's faster ADS, faster equip time. You don't really care about the recoil, and you can put a handle on it for a pistol. That's extremely good. Our Venators, I'd like ideally to look like this, if not with a vertical 3. But again, that's extremely pricey when we want the vertical 3s on the Bobcats. Can I just put that other shotgun mag on this? I mean, this already gets 6. You might as well, right? And put a choke on it. Conserve inventory space. Why not? I mean, if I ever run out of these and I can't craft them for some reason, I might just mess around and bring in a volcano. I say volcano because my brain immediately thinks of Sal Volcano from Impractical Jokers. Our trusty shotgun, never letting us down. We do have a choke 3 on this. Reduced base dispersion, increased durability, burn rate. Oh, so it doesn't even go bad. Like, that explains a lot. I actually didn't read that that was on there. Deleted by a moderator. That's okay. I can still read it. You're doing some busts inside a matriarch or something. I wish it would give me an option here. I don't have Kick open because Kick likes to be annoying and turn its volume on constantly, leading to doubling audio. But tis what it is. Tis what it ism. Yeah, so we got 3 additional anvils. This one we haven't upgraded yet. Can we upgrade it right now? We can. And then we need more mechanical components, which we're running low on metal parts still. Another good way to farm metal parts specifically, again, is going to be arc, because if you go into here, which I'm thinking we probably don't need the arc alloy we have, is going to be, like, I like how pretty my resources are looking. We also don't need this many sensors, for the love of God. That's really not worth it. 9 metal parts, I'd rather sell these for 4,500. Voltage converters, 2 stacks is fine, but I like that we have all these processors. If we recycle these, nope. We have all these processors, 2 full stacks of rope, a full row of sensors for hatch keys. I mean, there's the arc alloy. We're gonna recycle this. 1 stack is 30, so it's, you know, 2 stacks is a full stack plus 10 metal parts. So for 30 parts, you're carrying out a lot more. Water pump, I don't know why these are here. Wait, are these used for something? No. There we go. We have a full row of batteries. We don't need that many. We have a full row of canisters. We don't need that many. A full row of explosive compound is fine. I don't even know why I have the duct tape. I don't craft that many attachments. I usually end up finding them by the time I have the materials. Duct tape I go through probably the slowest. Magnets, recycle for metal. Definitely don't need this much oil. This is used for crafting the Renegade and the Blaze Grenade, but we're not crafting that many Renegades. I guess I could, right? Because it's magnets, which had I saved just a moment ago, we would have used up both to get more Renegades. Blaze Grenade Trap, Lure Grenade Trap, Muzzle Break 1. I don't even think we need this many wires. Actually, what happens if I salvage all these? Recycle? Metal? No, but we got a ton of rubber, and we do need rubber. 2 full rows of chemicals is fine. Springs, I have 15 plus 1, which is good because I need them. All the extended mags use these as well as the Torrente, so these are really good to have. You also need them to refine some certain things. Yeah, rubber. We went from having almost no rubber to now we have 237. That's pretty decent. So what's the end game meta to extract with maximum loot? I would say PvP runs on Stella Montis is probably... You're getting more runs done per hour for a decent amount of currency if you've got really high-end matchmaking. If your MMR is high enough that you're getting paired against people who are showing up. Because, for example, this Bobcat 4 with attachments is 44k. That is a 44,000 credit, or currency coins, 44,000 coin gun. If you're in a high enough lobby where people are running around Stella Montis with this and you're able to kill them, you're probably playing at an esports level. To get even one of these that's already a level 4 with all the attachments is going to be extremely rare. But if I'm ever running this and someone kills me, they're going to be having a field day, I'll tell you that. Stitcher 1. We have so many Stitchers. We have so many Stitchers. I'm gonna have to craft some grips for these hatch keys. Again, I always try and keep a few spares. That's it, 44k. Seems cheap when you extract with 90k. Well, yeah, but you're not gonna find a gun fully leveled up with rare attachments, especially when the parts for this are just as expensive. 90k is an extremely solid run, even on the high end. I mean, the El Toro, even fully leveled up with all the attachments, is only 20k. The anvil that I run is only 16, so for a single slot in your inventory to be 44,000 is insane, especially when you consider that all of these make up to that. Like, if you have a stack of smoke grenades, it's like 3k. Shield rechargers, very cheap, very easy to craft. We're not getting anything too crazy. Blueprints, while they are worth different amounts to players, like a Bobcat blueprint is not going to be the same as a yellow light blueprint, obviously. I mean, Bobcat being rare and gated behind more difficult game modes is more valuable to a player. However, if you were to sell a blueprint, all blueprints only sell for 5k, and that's because people are going to get duplicate blueprints, which is why if I go down to the bottom of my inventory, I have all of these. They're all 5k. The Silencer 2 blueprint is the same as the Yellow Light Stick blueprint for 5k. Vertical Grip 3, same, 5k. But to players, obviously, these attachments are more or less sought after. Nobody really cares about the Yellow Light Stick. I have mine just to collect it, you know what I mean? But you consume these and then obviously find duplicates. Having one that's worth 5k, you might just sell it for a quick 5k if you don't have somebody that needs it. But I give all mine away, so that is the difference there. I actually don't need to bring in these bandages. We have so many heals. I mean, again, if I craft one more, I have a full stack on these. Full row on these, I have more than a full row of herbal bandages, almost a full row of regular bandages. We still have the remote raider flare, little smokes, and gas grenades. I mean, maybe we bring in the gas grenades instead of the noisemaker this time? Pair them with our own smoke grenade for some blind the enemy but wall hacks type thing. And we still have yet to confirm whether or not these can be set off. We have yet to do any other map. I will be right back. Give me one moment. Sorry about that. We are back. We are going to continue to run these. We started under 100k. We're almost at 160k. If we break 200k, that's the most amount of currency I've ever had just from running these farming strats. Also, now that it's a little bit darker in here, I can turn this light back up. We had to turn that down because the light was so bright coming in from the window because of the snow. Oh yeah, it was like blinding white. I was blending into the background, blending into the beams of light themselves. Is there anything you can use as a triggerable enemy sensor, similar to a Junkjet trap, that lets you see enemies through walls? There's what's called not a trigger grenade, a tagging grenade. So it explodes and any enemies in the radius will be highlighted, like wall hacks type thing. So you can bring those in with smokes and use those that way, but the opportunities to use those are not as useful as something like smoke grenades themselves, which are a little more viable just for the fact that, you know, they blind arc, they can help you get out, things like that, without needing an additional item with them. And then something like the gas grenade, instead of the tagging grenade, can also be used to, you know, not quite as a smoke grenade against arc, but if somebody's trying to push up on you and they have smoke, gas grenades are not only a counter to smoke because the volumetric effect does not stack. So anytime there's a cloud inside of a smoke cloud, being that they're different volumetric effects, for some reason the gas grenade or explosion smoke from like an impact grenade takes priority and fills the inside of that, allowing you to see partially through it. So it's makes the smoke somewhat transparent to the point where you can see the outlines of edges and things like that. So if somebody throws a smoke on you and pushes up the stairs at you and you have a gas grenade, you can typically see if they're pushing up. Not only that, but it drains their stamina, meaning they'll be less evasive and won't be able to get away if you can close the distance between them if you're far, or, you know, if you line a shot up and really damage them, they're not really going to be able to hide or run from you. So gas grenades are one of the reasons we said that those were underrated yesterday. That will be a part of that video when that comes out. Probably, let's see, today is Monday. Probably later this week, if I had to guess, that video will be coming out. But in our runs yesterday, we used a couple of these to do exactly that, where someone threw a smoke grenade on us. They pushed into our building and they set off our noisemaker, which again is one of the reasons why I'm really loving them, is that players aren't expecting them, so they kind of ignore the noise that it makes. So if you're cautious and you're listening, you can be like, oh yeah, there's a noisemaker somewhere around here, just be really careful. They're smaller and easier to hide. The light that's on them is dim, unlike, you know, a tripwire trap where you see the clear red beam, you know what I mean? And it'd be cool if you had to use something like a gas grenade or a smoke grenade to easily see those, and they were just naturally very difficult to see, but that's not the case. They're very bright red and obvious. But with the, you know, the noisemaker, that's not an issue. The noisemaker is stealthy enough that a player who's not paying perfect attention is going to set it off. We set one on the zip line at the very bottom to know if somebody was coming up the zip line, and we set one at the top of the first floor stairs in case they come up the first floor stairs. So their only way into the building to get up to me from the ground floor where all there is a trash bin, they'd have to set one of those off. That's how we were alerted, and it'll stay going off as long as they're in the proximity. I believe testing may be required on that after the way that the description reads, but that's the case. It seemed like it went off for a much longer time than something like a lure grenade, which you could use to draw arc to a player. The noisemaker, if there's arc around a player and they set off your noisemaker, it's going to draw the arc to them. So it's another bonus. It's kind of like we had a glitch earlier in one of our early runs. I don't know if you saw it. Oh! Whoa! Thank you, Blaze Flames, for following. Also, I made that alert. That is... I love that alert. BMO Chop, if this were a real attack, you'd be dead. Love BMO, thank you. But yeah, the noisemaker, similar to what happened with that agave, we harvested the agave from the cactus, but it fell in between like the sprigs of the agave, like the mesh for the plant, and it was glitched, just going like this, hitting things, making noise, and it saved us from a wasp, because as we were backing away, the wasp was flying over while we were low health, and it... do these emotes look the same as they do for you on here?
Yeah, I think so.
The kick emotes are so strange. But yeah, as we were backing away, that object rattling around and making a bunch of noise drew the wasp over to it, even though that was a fruit in a glitch, you know? That's crazy if you could find a way to use that. Like, if you could throw fruit and somehow nail it into a corner in a way where it would spaz like that, that would be so overpowered, because it'd be essentially the lure grenade for almost free. But that's not a repeatable thing, I would say. So I still think the noisemaker is just a better option. It's 2 plastic parts and a speaker, whereas the lure grenade also requires speaker components. But it's... what's the additional cost? 1 electrical component, which is, you know, obviously a green versus a white base material. It's a green item that you can refine, but you're using to make advanced electrical components for your, you know, your gear, your weapons, all sorts of different things. I mean, it's kind of a no-brainer to me how much cheaper the other thing is. The only issue is you can't seem to craft them in the menu, which is interesting to me. You can purchase them from the trader in the menu if you wanted to stock up on them that way, but you can only buy so many a day. In the workbench, we can see that there's our blaze grenade trap, there's our smoke grenade trap, and lure grenade trap, even the gas grenade trap. All of these that have the red wire, these are those traps that we can now craft in-game, have appeared for us here, but not the noisemaker. And if you go to utility, it's not there either, which is kind of strange that that's the only one you get that you can only craft in-game, but it makes crafting them in-game worth it. Like, at some point, I might farm up those components, bring them into a match, and then craft a bunch of these just to bring them back and stick them in my stash. And if I have to do that, I have to do that. I don't even mind. You know what I mean? I think they're that useful. They're just kind of a pain to get your hands on. For being so, like, cheap and overlooked. I mean, out of that content we did yesterday of underrated items, that is by far the most underrated. I actually want to run that regularly in a loadout. I just have to farm up for that. You all right?
Yeah.
I heard choking.
Yeah,
Oh. Oh. Pretty Chloe. Are you hopping on?
Yes.
So, since we now have an additional person, we are going to be running, now that we've done 4 runs of damn Battlegrounds, which I can't believe considering how long it's been. It's already 5:15. I mean, the time really does fly. This might end up being a little bit of a longer stream. Because I did say that I would do multiple runs on each of these to show that you can basically make your own loot route and follow it every time you go to any of these destinations. Being that it is going to be a longer stream just to get all that done, we're probably not going to run Stella Montis, 1, because I'm unfamiliar with the map, and as much as I'd like to attempt to make a route on the fly just to show how doable it is, that's going to be a time constraint, but that might be an additional thing that we get to, you know what I mean? But this way you don't have to follow everybody else's loot routes, because when they get popular, they're no longer going to be loot routes, they're just going to be routes. There will be no loot. So we did 4 on damn Battlegrounds. We averaged 90+ K every single run. We got blueprints on every run. We have weapons on every single run. We got the resources we specifically looked for on every run. So what we're going to do before we go into Bluegate is take an inventory, just figure out what it is we're specifically targeting. Obviously, I still am trying to hone in on a couple of the residential blueprints. By residential blueprints, if you're not an ARC player, what I mean is certain blueprints are bound to certain kinds of POI. So where this says the loot value is medium, that's the rarity areas. These boxes are all higher tiers, but this is commercial and residential, which means commercial and residential blueprints have a chance to spawn in containers in this area. It is not exclusively bound to area. If you find a medical type container in a residential area, it can contain majoritively medical pool items, but if it's residential, there's a chance for it to spawn residential type items from the residential pool. So if we're going in on here, I know that I still for sure am going to need metal parts, because we're refining metal parts just as fast as we're getting them, because all of these weapons that we're taking in, we're upgrading as we go. So we need metal parts is going to be number 1. Rubber parts, we're we're a little bit low on. I would like more rubber parts because not all of my stitchers are upgraded. I mean, I can even upgrade them as far as we can now and just see. I have one more that's not upgraded, actually. And then it's metal parts and simple gun parts. Simple gun parts, another thing we can farm. If we're going to farm that out, I would say I'll take out a snitch scanner, but the goal of this being a loot route is to get everything on the route, right? So if we're running through Blue Gate, we can just as easily shoot at a snitch and then farm the parts off of the wasps and the hornet it spawns. Being that we're bringing in a, an Anvil 4, that's kind of cakework. We know we're going for residential style blueprints, which means if we spawn north, we will be hitting that village area. What else are we low on? Are we low on anything in particular? 2 rows of chemicals, a lot of fabric, and I already have my bandages crafted, so really not that. I'm, again, over what I could possibly do. I need fruits. I need 6 more apricots, and I need 8 more mushrooms for my rooster. So that is actually something that we can target farm is apricots. Not so sure about mushrooms. I don't know if mushrooms are a guaranteed spawn or a random spawn. The matriarch smash or pass. She's leggy. That's all I'll say. She's a leggy broad, to be polite. We'll censor ourselves at least a little bit. I could farm more magnets. Magnets are Exodus, so they say, but you can get them from electrical components, or not electrical components, but from electrical pool items by salvaging them down. And there's also electrical and industrial items you can get from residential as well, which is why fairly common knowledge that residential areas are one of the better areas to loot. I have a couple of spots on Blue Gate that I like as well, that are my secret little spots. There is these houses here typically go unhit. They're not the craziest part, but up by, I think it's this one here, there's a little spot that has a bag that, either contains guns, weapons, all sorts of things. Invite you? Sure. But there's a weapons bag that has all sorts of things on that. Adorned wreckage, if we're coming around this way, would be good to lump in just because it's mechanical and industrial. Industrial parts I find to be a little bit rare, especially if you run a lot of dam battlegrounds. My other good spots are, there's a spot in Warehouse I like, there's Pilgrim's Peak, so this can also be its own run. Just between these two, you could either run down this way, run over this way, and you're going to be hitting a lot, and then you have an extract right here. Another key point we mentioned, make sure you are planning out extracts if you are designing your own loot route. You have to make sure that there's an out at either the beginning or the end of your route, preferably both, because if you spawn on the opposite side from the way you plan the route, do you have an extract when you come all the way back to what would have been your starting point? Like if I start at village, village is great because there's a hatch right here. If you're bringing in a hatch, easy in, easy out, no matter where this is on your route. But this, on Blue Gate specifically, there's only a few areas where you're really going to be struggling to get to, a hatch or an extract. One, if you're in here, you're completely fine. But if you're way out here, I don't think this area back here spawns anything. We could check it out just for the sake of finding yet another spot that nobody does. Clearly there's a building on the map here, and the map bounds are this darker shaded area, so you can probably go right up to this wall if you came around here. I can't see there being much value in that. Broken segments of highway, again, we know from dam battlegrounds that these can typically hide things. Highway collapse, Olive Grove, ruined homestead, and broken earth even for arc parts. But if you're not, I would curve up towards maintenance bunker. All really good. This can be a loot route of its own. You have the hatch here kind of halfway after highway collapse or rotating out of Olive Grove. But if you go all the way to the end, you have maintenance bunker. That being said, if you're pushing from ruined homestead to maintenance bunker and there's a team there shooting down at you, you're kind of in this dead man's zone. I know it looks like this hatch is only right here. You still have to make it all the way around here. And if that team is hitting shots from this far away, I mean, you might be able to make it out, but you're going to be struggling to. Same thing if you were to come down underneath this area of checkpoint. If you get pinned underneath checkpoint, you either have to come out through the top of reinforced reception by running through the entire building, come out through outer gates, or I believe there's another exit, connecting point to maintenance bunker if you go around the other side. Actually, that may not be accurate. But you can get stuck in here, and there's a bastion in here. So if you need bastion parts, great to add onto your loot route. but you might get stuck here if you really put yourself in a jam. So just come prepared, know what parts you need. Again, we need residential, so we're going to be trying to hit this. Or there is Ruined Homestead is also residential if we're on the opposite side of the map. So we aren't completely without residential either way. Blue Gate's a great place to farm residential, you know, blueprints and things like that. Would you mind shutting that window?
Oh.
Would you mind shutting that window? Thank you.
I forgot about it.
But yeah, so I've got a couple of good spots, I'll say, in here, but it requires a key. I have a good spot in warehouse. I've got another good spot up here. I will be giving you guys some of my secret loot spots. Again, not all of these are going to make it into the video. I will be giving you guys these for free on the live, you know what I mean? But I don't want to start going to my favorite spots and they have no loot. And that's also for your best interest if you put these on yours, is to keep at least a handful of your secrets close to your chest. I will say we're going to be doing this in duos. So we'll need to find more loot than we otherwise would, but hopefully we'll be able to move further and faster to hit more spots to satisfy what duos would need, because obviously some of the spots that we hit doing a solo run on Dam, if you had a duo, you're now splitting that loot in half, and there was plenty more to carry on quite a few of those runs, considering we extracted every time fairly early with over 90k every single time. But if you're doing areas that are more spaced out, like if you're coming through adorned wreckage, there's not going to be as much loot for a duo compared to something like if you're in checkpoint and everybody's looting cars, you can get through this pretty quick. So we'll try and incorporate some bigger points of interest on the map, some bigger POIs on the map, just to help kind of fill two inventories. And hopefully we'll be able to get this done that way. So then I ask you before we, you know, finish our inventories and head out, is there anything you're low on that you need to farm? I can't hear you in-game if your mic is on.
It wasn't on. Not necessarily. If I want to upgrade Scrappy, I need pears and olives. Or prickly pears and olives.
Gotcha. Yeah, so I also will need apricots, so nature stuff, but you have...
I need sentinel firing cores if possible, severe vaults.
Okay, so you're
But,
mostly
like,
farming, like, arc stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, we can definitely
One more
cover.
fried motherboard.
Technological, that can also be found in residential as well, I believe. I'm trying to think what you salvage it from. The container type matters. So if I go to Blue Gate, what do we have for technological? We can hit Pilgrim's Peak if that's the area of the map we're in. Like if we spawn by prefab hatch, we can try and loot around to village, or vice versa and hit hatch. This is another area where if you get pinned up here, getting down from here is not as easy as just walking over here. This is on height. This is very down low. I mean, this is a hill of its own. You have to come down and then go back up. But yeah, we'll plan around hitting that. We'll make the route, and then we'll run that route a few times, and hopefully average some really good results. Since again, we're going to be farming some arc, I'm just going to bring a little bit of extra heavy ammo. Do I want the gas grenades? Let's see. Gas grenades, or... we'll go secret grenades. We have two, might as well use them up. We're going in with somehow extremely expensive loadout, 51k. More expensive than it was. I do have blueprints to trade you later as well that I'm holding. I got defib, vertical grip 3, silencer 2, heavy gun parts. And the yellow light. If you guys are ever watching and I pick up a blueprint that I have and anybody on my friends list already has, you can make a request. If nobody that I know personally needs it as a blueprint, we can just give it away to whoever wants it. So I mean, if any of you guys need those, I would let me know while I'm live, because if she ends up having it or thinks she doesn't have it and then turns out she does have it, I can still give it to you. If you do try and make claim to a blueprint, you can shoot me a DM, I believe. Oh, we're in a really good starting point. So our loot route is going to be basically what I said if we spawned over here, is we'll go up to Pilgrim's Peak and then down and around a village and hopefully not get caught in the middle. We are 9 minutes into the raid as well, though, so we're starting late. Metal parts, precisely what I needed. Fertilizer can be converted into seeds. We're going to be working our way up to Pilgrims. And nothing over here. Oop, maybe a fried motherboard. Nope. These little buildings always have small cases in them. We're just going to do our best to make sure we're not missing anything, because a lot of people do. Ooh, this is wild.
Just got a dartboard.
That's pretty sick. That's pretty sick. I'm just going to do this real quick. Hell yeah. We can loot that on the way down. We're going to try and rush up to Pilgrims and hope nobody's already gone through it. Very unlikely, I think, but we'll see. What am I hearing? An android? Oh, nothing? Got these here. Another secret grenade's fine. Just looking towards the door. It gets a little more confusing for me for footsteps. Alright. I'm judging by that trail of smoke, somebody is already here. Or was that? I tried a raider flare. I think they're right there in that front door. You guys cool?
Yo.
Yo.
Hey, don't shoot.
Did you see any fried motherboards in there?
There's not shit. Did you see any what?
Did you see any fried motherboards in there?
No, we actually didn't loot. We've never been here, so that's all. There's probably still a bunch of shit in there. We didn't loot it. We're gonna go do some
Oh, word.
work.
Cool. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, you guys enjoy. Yeah, take it easy.
I don't know if you noticed. I don't know if you noticed, but they didn't have their guns drawn when we walked up and then drew their guns after we started talking to them.
And this place is looted.
Yeah, but not very thoroughly. Sensors. Fried motherboard.
A fried motherboard.
Hell yeah.
I'm just a little cautious. We're gonna go up to the top. Thank you. Another raider flare down there. They're going off over there.
Flare.
There it goes. Oh, no? Felt that one. Alright, we're gonna climb up this way. On your right. Oh, I do have secret grenades. I keep forgetting I have secret grenades. So, there's another snitch beneath us. We can farm those on the way out. I plan on trying to loot all the simple gun parts from them that I can. The fact that we're turning metal parts into simple gun parts is makes it just as good to get those. There's a grenade tube. Why is
Oh
that thing
no,
up so
no,
high?
fuck. Okay. Whew. This snitch sees me.
That's fine. Just zip up this way.
Fuck. That's what was gonna happen last time, and then oh, and I gotta heal. Your zipline is so hard to get on.
That's not mine. That's just stock.
Oh. Well, I couldn't get on it, now I'm dead. I almost fell off the ladder and then I caught myself, and that's when the snitch saw me, and then I fell again, and then the snitch things attacked me.
Alright, we're just gonna do this. Seeker grenades. You don't even have to pay attention. It's alright, I gotcha. I'll show you how to get on it.
You're not talking to me.
Oh, it's alright. I'll show you how to get on it. It's not that bad. You might want to heal? Hello?
Yeah.
We'll loot those on the way out. There's a lot of them. Alright, follow me.
Can I heal first?
Yes. I was gonna say, I don't think you can heal on a ladder, but you can heal on a zip line.
Come on!
Then you walk around, and you just push the interact button.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Were you trying to jump and catch it?
Yes.
Okay, well now I can loot this, finally. Nothing. These have not been looted. "13 minutes, I'm wondering if we're going to be able to fill 2 inventories still. I sure hope so. Kettle here you can take and salvage. And any one of the... They missed a suitcase. Give me a blueprint. Come on, something fancy. No, but we'll take this and...
I just want to loot something.
Yeah, we're gonna have to hit a lot of places right now. Ooh, good hurdle. Fires. We can salvage the arc too if we.
I was trying, and then you told me we'll get it later.
Well, I mean the ones that are in here, but I figure we'll hit the arc that we knocked out of the sky on the way out, since they'll be all right out front, you know. Power cells and crude explosives in that one.
I can loot on my own, baby.
Okay, I'm just trying to let you know what's here. We gotta move pretty quick.
I just feel like sometimes I just spend time walking around the way you tell me to pick up instead of looting on my own.
I mean, I'm just letting you know I'm leaving it in that container. The one we just came in? I don't think it is. It might be. Salvage those. No, this has to be the one that we just came in. Oop. Salvage even the boxes on the walls. And there's the Hornet up here, and we're gonna have to dip down towards that building after, but there's the Hornet body up here somewhere, and then the other wasps. And see, by now they should be about ready to respawn. Ooh, simple gun parts I needed over this.
Where's the other one?
There's like 5 of them around. I don't know exactly where the other one is.
What?
There's like 5 of them around. I don't know exactly where the others are. There's one here.
That building.
There's another one over there.
There.
Yeah, and I am still leaving stuff in all of these, by the way. We'll hopefully get out with a full stack of... metal scraps.
An arc
We got
orbiter
10
is en
minutes.
route. The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Another one smoked out here. I can salvage that for seeds. Now I have an inventory slot. Let's see, so if we're coming down this way, we're gonna have to hit probably warehouse. I think there's things at these huts as well.
I don't know where you are. Oh, I found you.
Going down the hill. There's another breach up ahead.
An arc courier.
A couple of them, I think. I'm gonna hit this for the trials. Ooh. What is your stash value or backpack value at right now?
48.
Alright, I got this one, and there's one right here too. We can hit these.
There.
There's a surveyor, but it looks pretty... Yeah, it's pretty far. I don't even see where my ping was. If we move quick... Snipe that thing out of the sky. I think we should hit warehouse and then see where we're at, because we're running a little low on time. No, we'll take this and this and these. Got it. There's another snitch coming. It's not as close as I thought. Oh, careful of the turret. I'd be shocked if this was unlooted, but judging by the turret, I'm guessing it is. Oh, it is. How close are we to a full stack of metal? 35? Not too close. Not breachable. This one is.
Hey, gas grenade.
Is there another popper? There is. Oh, did you already check all of these?
I checked like one thing.
Okay. With his ammo case. Sounds like we got players coming our way. I cannot get up this one.
All Raiders, arc on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find your way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Where are we gonna go?
I know, I'm just trying to hit this case up here. Nothing crazy. Boom. Gotta be a way up from here. Oh, they already hit it. I think we wait until it's like a minute to extract. Because they're about to piss off this Rocketeer. If we just come up this way. Yep, they pissed off the Rocketeer. Jump in the hole. You guys can make it in if you want. Just jump in the hole. Make a break for it, guys. I'll start the button. We were at extract. It's not like we could die, but they didn't want to trust us. Yeah, once you went down, I wasn't gonna wait anymore. It was short. I mean, I didn't quite hit 90.
I got 56.
Yeah, we got in a little bit late on that one. We can try it for sure again. I want to try each map a few times and get at least a couple examples on, you know, each side of the map, or at least one on each side of the map. Let's see. All these can go. I mean, I got almost a full stack of rubber in that. I'm surprised. And then all of these I'm going to recycle. Not those. And not that. It's just another 37 and 38 parts. I would say that that was an okay run for what little time we had. I'd say that went fairly well. I don't want to bring that much extra. Maybe like 10 extra. We just have to replace one bandage and one shield recharger. There we go. We'll start stashing those up until we can craft a bunch of them. And our shields are doing all right still. We got out of metal. What are we looking like now? Because we had very, very little, and now we have almost a full row of metal already off that first run. I'd like to ideally spawn into a new raid, so I'm gonna queue up already. I think I am good to go in. Oh, there's 2 light bulbs for 4K. That's why everyone you know is an electrician. Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to have some time to go a little further around the map. Oh. But if we can farm up some additional, like, base crafting resources, I think we'll be in for an even better time. We still need metal, obviously, because I'm going to be refining a ton of it. So once I have probably, like, I don't even know, 8 to 10 rows of metal, I'll refine them all down so that I have the parts to build every gun that I need, build them all, update them all, or upgrade them all, rather. Make all my attachments for them, but metal parts are apparently much more needed than plastic. And rubber, I would say the same. We're running low on rubber, but we recover the rubber fast enough. The rubber is not as hard to recover on, whereas metal is used for everything. So the more arc alloy stacks we can get our hands on as well, to also, you know, recycle those into metal, being that 2 stacks of arc alloy being at 15 a piece recycles into 60 metal pieces, more than a full stack of metal. And how easily you can get arc alloy from literally anything. Okay, we got a pretty good spawn. So I think we're gonna try and hit down towards Olive Grove. We'll pass through Ancient Fort, and then we'll hit Olive Grove, go into Checkpoint, and then maybe get out there depending on what we have for value.
Okay.
It's not a brand new raid, but we're not super late either. At least then we hit a few different niches of things. We hit industrial, we hit residential, we hit a nature zone. And then at Checkpoint, we can find some pretty good stuff. Rusted gears if you're looking for them. Checkpoint's a great place. If you're worried about the, you know, the risk of that area, you can always go to the collapsed highway. I did not bring... They're fighting the Rocketeer over there. With any luck, those people might leave the Rocketeer one shot. Like, when does that ever happen? Nope. There we go. As I say, I want the materials from breaching. We'll hopefully be able to make enough to sustain 2 full inventories where both of us make a significant amount per run by making our own loot route and running it over and over and over. Heals I'm always willing to carry a little extra on. Just because you'll likely use them by the time you go to extract anyways. There's no harm in carrying them. This we're going to salvage arc alloy immediately. Search first wave husks. Oh, I forgot that that was part of trials as well. You know what I'm not seeing up ahead is any flying arc. Don't know how to feel about that. Ooh, also watch out for carryables. There's a special room over here if you find all 3 carryables, and I just found one of them walking up to it, so... They can spawn anywhere in this area. I'm gonna drop mine to reach this real quick. They look like this thing in my hand.
Oh, okay.
They can spawn anywhere around here, so just kind of keep your eye out. Oh, I forgot you can still use sprint, quote unquote. Loot these while we go. Ooh, patrol car key. That is great. We can actually go use that this round. Reaching.
Me too.
There is a zip line already set up. I don't know if that comes set up stock. Yep, that's what these go to. If we can get in that room, that'll be pretty sick. Check back here if there's one. Decent stuff, though. Check around it. I'm pretty sure it's limited to any one of these like tiny stone structures, but I may be wrong about that. This would be a great thing to cross off. Found another one. There's only one more around.
There's 3 carryable slots upstairs.
Three slots, you said?
Uh-huh.
I wonder if there's a 4th for some reason. Because there's one here.
Generator, out here, by me.
Alright, we found that one over here.
I'm looting this little room.
I don't know. Yeah, we're cool if you're cool.
Friendly?
Yeah, we're just trying to find those batteries.
Oh, the batteries? How many have you found?
Just 2.
Okay, let's see if I can help you find the other one.
Word. Appreciate that. Are you running solos?
No, my buddy off to the right. He found it. Follow me.
Oh, word. Do you want to come back me up on this, just in case?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think his partner just found me.
His partner's here with me. I'm with both of them.
Oh, what was the other person in here with me?
Hell yeah.
That said, hey, don't shoot.
Yep, you're good. Have fun.
Appreciate it.
Not a problem. Be safe.
I mean, if they are genuinely just helping us find it and then leaving, that's real cool of them. Oh, yeah, they're full running down the road. Wow. Hopefully we can get this up there without that other guy being an issue. Just kind of stay with me in case this dude tries anything. Where was he?
He was like on the top floor with me. He said, hey, don't shoot.
Yeah, but we know how that goes. Sometimes they don't shoot, sometimes they shoot first. Alright, where's the generator you saw?
There's a few of them. One of them's right here. Oh, you put that one there. One of them was up here.
Alright, that's probably the one.
Yeah, this one right here.
Generator, in here.
That guy's not up here anymore?
Not that I saw.
Door's down here. There's a gun case here. I mean, that's not the best, but okay. Ooh, baby, we got some loot.
I'm coming, I'm coming. You said it's down?
Yeah, it's outside. The entrance is over here. Do you want a Torrente or a Vita spray?
I guess I'll take a Torrente.
Okay, cool. It's in the left drawer.
Down here.
Am I carrying fabric already? No, but I can be. And then I'll carry these advanced electrical components over chems. There's also these radiators which are breachable. Ooh, that's pretty decent. That. Is that everything? I think that's everything. Well, that's not the best time I've seen that room, but it's... I mean, that's pretty decent. A Vita spray and... I'm gonna pop this in here. We still have the patrol car key. If we want to go hit that. Run through Ruined Homestead, see if that arc is dead. If it is, we'll try and scavenge some arc alloy. If it's not, we'll go around it.
Okay.
Cool. And then we can hit that. I'll show you where patrol car is. If you ever find this, it's a really cool key to hit. Super underrated. You don't get much out of it, but it's a key you can find on this map and then hit at the same, you know, in the same match. So it's kind of sick for that reason. Ooh, pottery. Piece of candy. Come on, there we go. Hitting my pull-ups lately, you know? Rubber. They take the simple gun parts? They didn't. And arc alloy. Yeah, we might have just enough time to clear out this area, hit Olive Grove, then checkpoint, and then extract. So this might actually be a real crazy run. This was already hit as well. Damn, they were thorough. Is that Rocketeer coming this way? No, not really. Just check in here, see if they missed anything. Oh, yeah, sometimes I was gonna say, a cabinet can spawn under this little shelf here, and it is very rarely hit. But, sure. They were, in fact, thorough. We don't even have to climb up for this. Honestly, I'll just take that. The only difficulty would be getting pinned by that Rocketeer. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go try and hit Olive Grove before we run out of time.
Let's go to the Olive Grove.
Ooh, why did that Rocketeer sound like it's coming this way?
It is. It's like coming right towards us.
Try and find cover. This snitch better not come for me right now.
I turned around, so we're good.
You know what? I'm gonna make some space and use this seeker grenade up. A seeker grenade didn't kill the snitch? We gotta kill that snitch fast. Oh, I wouldn't have shot a loud gun.
You literally just said we gotta kill it fast, so I figured you meant to shoot at it.
It's coming. Move left, move around, move around, move around. well, this sucks. We can kind of back off, I think, and then just hit checkpoint.
Let's turn around, Paul. Let's just wait. Wait, let's turn around.
Okay. All right. I don't know if you were watching earlier, but I was trying to get out and there was a Rocketeer over Extract, and I was like, of course it's right above me. And then I saw that it was flaming. I was like, I wonder if I can take this thing out pretty quick, and I one-shot it. Let's, we can hit this building here.
By that building.
That wasn't us. Oh, it was us. That was a camera. I thought it was a metal detector. I don't want that coming back to bite us in the ass. This was already hit. Lockers and all. Shield recharger here.
Shield recharger.
There's a raider right there.
Where?
A raider. There.
That's those same guys.
There's a bastion right there.
Yep. We're gonna go up this way.
Here.
Oh, how rude would it be to throw a lure grenade at him? We're gonna try and go down. Oh, there's a bombardier. Get down. Oh, careful. Grab the ledge. We're just gonna hold here for a minute because the Bastion is coming down this way too. Do I have anything that could distract? I have a lure grenade. I do.
Where's the bombardier?
Over the ledge to the left, right there.
A bombardier. Up there.
Let's do this. I'm gonna throw this lure grenade, and then we're gonna go down that zip line. Ready? Hold on. Go. Oh my god, there's another one. This way. Shut that door. Oh. That raider's right in front of us. Yeah, we're cool. We're just trying to get away from all the bombardiers and stuff.
Don't shoot.
Yeah, we're cool. There's a lot of arc. Be careful. Kind of dip. Hopefully we can find a way out.
You're in Brock shot.
Yeah. We'll just dip and hopefully be able to find a way out. I don't know if that's far enough. I'll try it. It's just regular walk, don't sprint. These cars right here are the kind that spawn those things. Ooh, someone just killed that guy. We're gonna go down a little farther this way. The key that I have, the patrol car key, it's these. And we got 10 minutes to get out, so we gotta do this quick. One of these has to have a key for it, no? No, it doesn't. They're all opened. I wonder if it's a random chance to spawn? I'm just gonna kill this thing so we don't have to worry about it. That might be a sentinel firing core for you as well. If we get up, we can go hit hatch at residential to get out. There it goes.
10 minutes.
What can we salvage? That's gonna have to do. Ooh, we could take a Hornet driver just because we don't have anything else. Oh, I guess it could be back here too. Yeah, right here.
Door.
And then we gotta book it. Nothing on the shelves kind of sucks, but there is a gun case. What do we get? You want a Berletta?
Hey, a Berletta.
Farm some XP. Come as quickly as you can. We're gonna have to book it through
I
this
know,
other
I'm
building.
just over encumbered, so I'm trying to fix that.
Okay. I can carry some stuff. I still have
No, it's
capacity.
okay, I'm good. Let's go.
Okay.
By the tunnel.
I whiffed. This way?
Here.
And we're gonna just make sure everybody fully looted these good areas on the way out since we have time. Nothing? Nothing?
Showstopper.
I can't carry it, but you might be able to. Well, no, you said you're over encumbered too, huh?
Yep.
Oh, what do I do here? Salvage these batteries in the middle. Pop this on. Was terminal already hit? Terminal was hit, but they didn't. If we follow blue, we might be able to get this in time, I hope. Oh, how many pops? Of course. I'm just gonna sprint through this. Yeah, this was activated, but nobody opened it. We need that. Oh, wait. Alright, we might have just enough time if we full-on book it. How's your stash value?
58.
What are you running for an augment?
Looting 2.
You check for your sentinel firing core. I do in fact have a hash key.
What is that?
An android. Of course. We gotta move too.
All raiders,
What am I, out of ammo? It just stops reloading. I need to run. $60 meters away, we're like right here. This might be our last opportunity for loot, so stuff yourself real good. If there's anything in here.
This was lit.
Yeah, this was heavy looted, huh? Oh, there's sensors and canisters, I guess. Oh, trinkets.
Yeah, I got trinkets.
And that's how you get down from there. My brain tells me to check these, but we can get out of here on this. Oh, and this. Final arc alloy. Ready? That was decent. I feel like Blue Gate's a little bit tougher if you get caught in an area because there's farther space between these things, but for a run that wasn't bad. I mean, we went all the way across the map. We probably could have gone up instead of down, but we wanted to hit that olive grove. We just didn't manage to have time because of that Rocketeer. But we did get that key and make our way up this way, so that works out, because otherwise we might have had more time to farm lesser areas, but we probably wouldn't have made as good of gear out of that. Ooh, I'm getting rewards from Try Hard 2. Ooh, and I leveled up. And we have another one of these. We'll just sell this. We're gonna sell this. Yeah, sell this, these. This because we have a ton of canisters, this because we have a ton of oil. And this goes in. Find something to put that on. 8 simple gun parts was real good. Oh, the snap blasts I found were a full stack of snap blasts. I didn't realize that. Well, I guess we can cycle that for the magnet. Man, we've been live for a while. And carrying capacity is almost maxed out. We're gonna have 27 points in, so getting 36 for security breach is kind of tough. 2029. That would be 33. 34. No, we'll go up this way. We'll hit. So 21, 22, 27, 28 plus 5 is 33. And 34, 35, and then a second point in Silent Scavenger, and that's going to be our 36 to get security breaches so we can actually start using more of the loot that we're running past constantly. Okay, one more run on Blue Gate, and then I want to give a try on Buried City.
I think I might be done playing.
Okay. I mean, I can always run these tomorrow as well if you want to run something else. This was a lot longer than I thought it was going to be. I think that makes some sense. Yeah, I'm kind of getting there too, and if I start dinner late, it may be an issue. So I think that does sound like a good idea. We'll wrap this up and we'll do a part 2. I will just so there we go. I mean, the loot routes we made on Dam, 90k for a single player every run. On Bluegate, we were splitting the loot and we still ended up with an average value of like 80 and 60k roughly, respectively. So that's still 140k on a run, and those, I would say, weren't even the best runs. We were limited on time, pinned down by arc. Buried City being that things are closer, but there's more arc. I'm unsure how that will go, but you hit one area and you can get so much out of it. I mean, we'll have to make a plan for this tomorrow and run in with this with possibly a different loadout. But we can run a couple more on Bluegate tomorrow as kind of our like warm up and to test the loot routes again on Bluegate and just hopefully spawn on the other side of the map, try something a little bit different so we can prove that hopefully spawn on the other side of the map so we can prove that where you spawn, no matter where you spawn, you'll be able to make some kind of loot route that you can run, and as long as you have a couple options, then no matter where you spawn on the map, you have a route that is exclusively yours unless you tell all of your friends or make a YouTube video about it. I don't know who would make a YouTube video about loot routes, huh? But so far, I'd say this is going pretty good. It's too early to draw conclusions on... Well, I wouldn't even say it was, because we did 4 full runs on Dam, and we made out pretty well every single time without even going through too much trouble. I mean, the Rocketeer drivers, I was lucky that somebody left that thing one shot. I still can't believe that. But we will, we'll run it back tomorrow. We'll get a little bit of the other maps done. Maybe that'll leave us time for Salamandas, but with how long today took, I don't know that it will. So we'll just do part 2 of this same thing tomorrow. This might make the video take a little bit longer for me to make, but you got 2 on the way anyways, so we'll deal with it then. That's gonna do it for stream today. I will catch you guys tomorrow, probably around the same time, maybe a little bit earlier. We'll see what ends up happening. But appreciate you guys for coming through, commenting. I did notice there was a lot of new people in today. I hope you guys at least enjoyed what you saw. I'm assuming some of you aren't here now. If you are, drop a comment, say what's up. You'll be right here in this little, right above the chair. But I'm gonna take off and go cook some dinner. But we will see you later. Are you gonna get all the dogs in? The dogs? I'll take a dog. Oh, Pete, you're okay.
Go ahead, buddy.
Come here. He be big baby, big grumpy baby. And we have all these dogs, all these wonderful dogs. Oh, shush, thank you, buddy. That's gonna do it for me today. We will be seeing you guys tomorrow at around the same time. We'll run the other maps. We'll do a couple more on Bluegate, maybe a solo run on Bluegate, and see if that same path that we took, if we manage to spawn in the same place, yields just as high of a result or better. We'll see you guys later. Can you guys say bye?
Say bye.
Bye.